Muy buenos días a todas y a todos y bienvenidos y bienvenidas a la Cumbre de Mujeres por Venezuela. Saludos a los que se conectan virtualmente desde Caracas y varios estados de Venezuela. Tenemos gente conectada virtualmente desde Latinoamérica, desde Europa y desde los Estados Unidos también. También especial saludo a quienes se nos unen en persona desde la Universidad Católica Andrés Bello y por supuesto a quienes se nos unen hoy en Washington, D.C., en la sede del Atlantic Council. Mi nombre es Diego Area y soy el subdirector del Centro de América Latina, Adrian Asht. Bueno, el día de hoy, luego de arduo trabajo, coordinación y esfuerzo de cientos de personas comprometidas con el mismo objetivo, podemos decir que estamos celebrando un encuentro global entre venezolanos y de gente que está interesada y conectada con el tema Venezuela. Más de 20 organizaciones no gubernamentales dentro de Venezuela, partidos políticos, decenas de organizaciones de la diáspora, apoyos de gobiernos, parlamentos, amigos, medios de comunicación, periodistas, todos unidos alrededor del mismo objetivo, y eso no es noticia usual cuando hablamos sobre Venezuela, así que con placer doy ese anuncio el día de hoy. Y el objetivo que nos trae hoy aquí y que nos ha permitido aglutinar todas estas voluntades y estos apoyos no es más que el de construir un futuro inclusivo y más democrático para Venezuela, que nos lleve a la prosperidad y a la estabilidad. Estamos hoy aquí con la intención de transformar la política. Y hablando de transformar la política, me acompaña hoy mi compañera de años de trabajo, de cientos de batallas, Adriana Delía, quien es Fellow del Atlantic Council. Adriana, yo te voy a hacer una primera pregunta, bienvenida. Cuando hace un poco más de 2 años te acercaste a nosotros, al Atlantic Council, a proponernos esta idea, ¿te imaginaste, antes de la pandemia, no existía la pandemia, te imaginaste que estuviéramos hoy aquí sentados con este foro global de venezolanos?
Sí, me lo imaginé, Diego. Gracias. Gracias a todos, en verdad, por este espacio, por este momento, porque esto ha sido un trabajo de más de dos años y es un trabajo que además viene de atrás. Hay maestras, mujeres que han venido trabajando por muchos años. Desde la Asamblea Nacional desde el 2015 comenzamos desde la Subcomisión de Género este trabajo, pero teníamos maestras que vienen trabajando desde hace muchísimos años. Y haber logrado que el Atlantic Council comprara la idea fue en verdad algo que para nosotros es invalorable y quisiera comenzar por allí agradeciendo Jason, a ti Domingo, a todo el equipo, a ti Diego, perdón, a Domingo, que ha sido unos días muy intensos de trabajo, a Isabel, a Ángela, a todo el equipo del Atlantic Council. Pero luego tuvimos el apoyo del gobierno de Canadá que hizo factible este proyecto y también tenemos que dar ese agradecimiento desde nuestro corazón porque ha sido muy importante. Nos hicimos aliados de la Universidad Católica Andrés Bello, ha sido una alianza extraordinaria, institucional, que ha hecho posible todo este trabajo en Venezuela y es un punto de partida. Yo considero que esto es un antes y un después porque nunca, creo yo, habíamos tenido mujeres de partidos políticos con visiones distintas, con ideologías distintas, con experiencias diferentes, algunas difíciles, dolorosas. Algunas mujeres han estado en la cárcel, algunas están en el exilio, otras están en Venezuela dando todavía con fuerza esa batalla que necesitamos seguir adelante para lograr la democracia en nuestro país. Este proyecto comenzó hace más de 2 años con las diputadas del 2015, que fue la última elección libre y justa que se hizo en Venezuela. También se unieron en ese momento las embajadoras del gobierno interino, que están en más de 60 países que digamos, dieron ese apoyo, pero luego ha venido evolucionando y es donde estamos hoy. Hicimos una alianza con todas las organizaciones civiles que tú mencionaste y eso es un paso inédito, porque siempre ha sido una relación tormentosa, difícil, pero hoy en día estamos todas aquí. Luego seguimos evolucionando y se han unido otros liderazgos políticos, más allá, digamos, de la plataforma original, y hoy en día tenemos todas las organizaciones o una gran cantidad de organizaciones de la diáspora. Saludo a todas las venezolanas que están luchando en cada uno de los países. Y bueno, hoy estamos aquí. Yo sí creo honestamente que esto es un antes y un después. Nuevamente gracias, y tenemos esta causa común que es reconquistar la democracia en nuestro país. Así que hoy todas juntas, juntas por Venezuela, y ese es el hashtag que vamos a estar utilizando todo el día de hoy.
Muchas gracias, Adriana. Y como tú dices, nada de esto tampoco sería... Esto es una suma de voluntades. Y una voluntad y un aliado fundamental en todo este proceso ha sido sin duda alguna la Universidad Católica Andrés Bello, quien es nuestro cable a tierra, nuestra conector con el terreno en Venezuela. Y para escuchar palabras desde la UCAP, desde Caracas, quiero darle la palabra a Eduardo Trujillo, quien es el director del Centro de Derechos Humanos de la Universidad Católica, para que nos salude desde Caracas. Adelante, Eduardo.
Say hi, Eduardo, you have the floor. Thank you, Diego. From the UCAB, UCAB, we're very proud to be hosting this summit on the ground here in Venezuela. It has been a lot.
La red de apoyo que ustedes han podido crear y que va a seguir vinculada en procesos de liderazgo femenino en Venezuela, no solo en la política, sino también en la dimensión de sociedad civil, en los temas de derechos humanos y el área humanitaria, que es puntualmente la especialización del Centro de Derechos Humanos de la UCAP. Para nosotros, y aquí también incluyo a la profesora Clemencia Abad, quien es la directora de la Escuela de Ciencias Sociales de la UCAP, es un placer recibirles digitalmente a ustedes que se encuentran en otros países o que se encuentran en otros estados de Venezuela, y por supuesto también a las personas que nos acompañan el día de hoy en la UCAP en esta sesión desde las 8 de la mañana hasta las 2 de la tarde. Muchísimas gracias y que sea de mucho provecho para todos ustedes. Tengan siempre en cuenta que la UCAP es su casa.
Muchas gracias, Eduardo. Y para quienes no lo saben, el día de hoy estarán en la Universidad Católica Andrés Bello invitados del cuerpo diplomático, periodistas, partidos políticos, sectores sociales, toda una gama de representantes de distintos sectores de la sociedad venezolana, quienes van a ser parte de esta conversación. Ahora para mí es un honor darle la bienvenida a una amiga del Centro de América Latina del Atlantic Council y una aliada fundamental de esa iniciativa, la directora general para Suramérica y el Sistema Interamericano de la Cancillería canadiense, Sarah Cohen, quien nos ha acompañado desde la concepción de este proyecto. Sara, bienvenida una vez más a tu casa, el Atlantic Council. Por favor, el piso es tuyo.
Muchísimas gracias, Diego. Siempre un placer estar con Atlantic Council y ustedes para estos eventos tan importantes. Quisiera, antes de todo, reconocer y agradecer el compromiso de las mujeres líderes aquí presentes en este evento, incluso en Washington, D.C., y en Venezuela, incluso los miembros del Red de Apoyo. Gracias a todos por su lucha, empujando los derechos de las mujeres y sobre todo la participación de las mujeres en las negociaciones hacia una transición pacífica y democrática en Venezuela. As we like to say in Canada, add women, change politics. For Canada, it's crucial that we recognize the importance of gender equality and the crucial roles that empowered women and girls, regardless of their background or intersecting identities, play in building better futures for themselves, their communities, countries, and the world at large. While we celebrate the progress made, work remains to be done to address gender inequality and the persistent challenges faced by women, girls, LGBTQ2I, Indigenous women, and marginalized communities every day. This is particularly true in Venezuela, where, further to dealing with a deep social, economic, and political crisis, women political leaders, human rights, and social activists face disproportionate levels of harassment and violence. If we consider the high levels of gender-based violence in Venezuela, the high number of femicides, 290 in 2021, or 1 every 36 hours, and that human trafficking is reportedly the second highest cause of disappearances of girls, adolescents, and women, we can't help but be not only gravely concerned for the livelihood and well-being of the women and girls affected, but also for what this means in terms of stifling their political aspirations and leadership opportunities. Clearly, things need to change in Venezuela, and initiatives like this one, which brings together women from different backgrounds, political parties, and areas of engagement in Venezuelan public life, are a very important first step. It is paramount that we do what we can to make sure women are included in these processes, considering they make up roughly 50% of the population and deserve to have their voices heard. Societies thrive when women are empowered. To be fair, not all of us are nice. Some of us are doves, some of us are hawks. The same can be said of men whose voices in their diversity are more often heard. But without a doubt, women have different lived experiences from men. This can be true in terms of our experience with our personal security, our integration into the economic world, our experience with health systems and family care. And crucially, if men and women in positions of power are not tapping into these experiences, leaders will fail to address the needs of half their populations. I hope that when we put it that way, it's clear how wrong it would be to not to try as hard as we can to advance the voices of women and girls in all their diversity. And of course, this is not an issue that exclusively concerns women. Gender equality, human rights, and the empowerment of all women and marginalized communities is not possible without engagement and leadership from men and boys. We need to include them as partners in eliminating harmful social norms, promoting gender equality, and encouraging positive masculine identities. Reinvigorated leadership and action from the international community is also needed. Canada's feminist foreign policy is rooted in the conviction that all people, regardless of their background, gender, or intersecting identities, should fully benefit from equal participation in economic, political, social, and cultural life. We know that promoting rights-based, open, and inclusive societies is an effective way to build a safer, more sustainable, and prosperous world. There are things that the international community can do to promote women's participation and leadership in building a more democratic Venezuela. First, we need to listen to and learn from women leaders and women's rights organizations themselves and support their work and institutional strengthening. They are the ones that know best what laws, harmful norms, and practices need to change. While women will have varying opinions on this, they best understand their local context and how to work and mobilize towards transformative change. Second, it is important that the international community amplifies the diverse voices of those who are underrepresented in current power structures, obviously without putting them at risk, so that they can be heard by Venezuelan society and authorities, and especially be heard at the decision-making table. The meaningful participation of women in negotiations and processes increases their perceived legitimacy and are more likely to address root causes. And finally, we must advocate for and support initiatives to eliminate all forms of violence against women, including online. As mentioned, women leaders are subject to hatred and to social norms that continue to stifle their aspirations and life opportunities. For Canada, the full, meaningful, and equal participation of all people in social and economic and political life, and the elimination of all forms of violence against women and girls, including online, are critical to a stable, democratic, and economically prosperous world. Advancing efforts to promote and support the meaningful participation of women in decision-making is not a short-term project. We know this because we too face our own challenges and are working at home to address systemic inequalities, racism, and discrimination, including for Indigenous peoples in Canada. We look forward to our continued collaboration in advancing gender equality, human rights, respect for diversity, and inclusion to build a more peaceful and sustainable future in Venezuela. Diego, thank you so much for having me. I'll turn the floor back to you.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias, directora Cohen, y a su gobierno por el apoyo tan importante que nos ha prestado a esta red de mujeres alrededor del globo. Ahora quiero pasar la palabra al director del Centro para América Latina, Adrian Ash, Jason Marczek. Adelante, Jason.
Bueno, muchas gracias, Diego. Thank you so much, Diego. Voy a hablar en inglés y hay traducción simultánea para la gente aquí en Atlantic Council y también las personas participando por video. I'd like to begin by thanking as well, Sarah, for your words and support and for the collaboration of the Canadian government in efforts to support the enhanced political leadership of Venezuelan women, as well as thank you, Adriana, for all of your leadership as well as Eduardo joining us virtually from Caracas. I'm delighted for all of those who are joining us today, whether it's those who are joining us here at the studios of the Atlantic Council in Washington, D.C., those joining us virtually, or those joining us via video linkage, but participating in person at the Universidad Católica Andrés Bello in Caracas, Venezuela today. As many of you know, at the Atlantic Council, our mission is shaped by our desire to always work with partners and allies to shape solutions to global and regional challenges. And within the Adrian Arsht Latin America Center specifically, among our priorities in the hemisphere, we work to promote the restoration of democratic institutions in Venezuela through a sustained national and international-led campaign that advances an inclusive Venezuelan-led restoration of democracy to respond to the political crisis, as well as finding opportunities to improve the lives of the Venezuelan people day in and day out. From our perspective, full democratic restoration cannot exist in Venezuela without the equal political participation and representation of Venezuelan women. And as Sarah said, men must be accompanying women as part of that process as well. The importance of inclusive leadership is why we partnered with Global Affairs Canada and the Universidad Católica Andrés Bello in Caracas to strengthen the leadership capacities of Venezuelan women leaders from the political opposition and from civil society in order to better collaborate and actively advance a more inclusive and also diverse approach to rebuilding the country's democratic institutions. In a show of support for these efforts, we will now be hearing from Congresswoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz. Congressman Wasserman Schultz represents Florida's 23rd congressional district in the greater Miami area, which covers parts of Broward County and also Miami-Dade County, including what's known as West Venezuela. She has been representing Florida in the House since 2005 and serves as a cardinal on the Appropriations Committee. She is the Democratic co-chair of the Venezuela Democracy Caucus. Congressman Wasserman Schultz continues to also work closely with institutions such as USAID to support civil society organizations in Venezuela and beyond to ensure that women's voices continue to be heard. Although the Congresswoman can't join us live today, she still wanted to be part of today's conversation and share her thoughts on the importance of women's leadership. So please turn your attention to our screens right now to hear from Congresswoman Wasserman Schultz.
I'm delighted to join the Atlantic Council today for this very important Venezuelan Women's Leadership Summit. A growing body of research finds that when women participate in peace talks and negotiations, their efforts are more likely to build coalitions, support marginalized groups, and promote national reconciliation. But despite representing more than half of the global population, women remain underrepresented at all levels of decision-making worldwide, including in Venezuela. We also know that women are disproportionately affected by the humanitarian crisis in Venezuela, bearing economic and social harm as the crisis deepens. In Venezuela and globally, brave women put their education and careers on hold to provide basic necessities for their families and often serve as the default caretakers, especially in times of crisis. Sadly, faced with few alternatives, record numbers of Venezuelan women are forced into forced labor and forced prostitution. The current environment for women in Maduro's Venezuela is heartbreaking and devastating. Women have experienced the lack of reproductive and other health services and increased rates of infant and maternal mortality. They face higher unemployment and underemployment, a lack of access to education, sexual and gender-based violence, teen pregnancy, and sexually transmitted diseases. Among the roughly 6 million Venezuelans who have fled the country, many end up in even more vulnerable circumstances from human trafficking and sexual violence threats. So I want to start by expressing my full support to the Venezuelan women leaders from politics and civil society who have come together at this time of conflict and division and are proposing a path forward to ensure that they are equally heard and represented. The road to Venezuela's democratic transition cannot be built without women's leadership, including expanded participation in every sector of politics and society. In every country in the world, including the United States, women have been staunch defenders of equity in and outside the home. Women more consistently advocate for freedom of speech and assembly, freedom from gender violence, and unimpeded access to conduct a healthy political dialogue and electoral competition. Only when women's voices are heard will the resulting outcomes, policies, and resource allocations reflect the needs of a full swath of society, which also must address the most visible inequalities. A crisis that disproportionately affects women cannot be solved without women. Women's participation in politics must also cut across socioeconomic, ethnic, and racial lines. Each and every woman working to represent their communities in elected office has something to offer. As I have also witnessed during my time in office, the solidarity that comes from female politicians working together organically builds consensus for key decision-making moments. The Biden administration recognized the importance of women and girls' full participation in democracy and leadership roles in its national strategy on gender equity and equality. This campaign includes support for, quote, training and social norm change initiatives to advance roles for women, girls, and members of underrepresented groups across a range of sectors, unquote. As a senior member of the Appropriations Committee, I have worked to fully fund USAID's democracy and human rights assistance programs in Venezuela, which support civil society actors who advocate for women's participation in all levels of government and empower women leaders. These programs provide training to women in various political parties, particularly at the local level. I've also secured report language, which directs USAID and the Department of State to focus greater attention and resources to address the violence, abuse, and exploitation suffered by Venezuelan women and children. This includes better protection and assistance for Venezuelan refugees and migrants subject to gender-based violence, malnutrition, human trafficking, recruitment to illegal groups and activities, and xenophobia. Today's summit is a significant step forward at a critical time for Venezuela's future. It unites key female leaders to discuss their joint proposal for formalized and structured political inclusion. Because, as we all know, women are truly the change makers, the visionaries, and the leaders of the future. This proposal reflects the experiences of those gathered today for the summit and countless allies working tirelessly to amplify their voices. I congratulate all who worked hard to bring it to fruition. As women leaders, it is our responsibility to lift up the women of tomorrow and ensure that the world provides every opportunity for them to succeed. Those of us who are enabled to stand up for women, for our daughters and granddaughters, have a responsibility to do so. I hope that my remarks today set the stage for these heroic Venezuelan female leaders and their allies to bring their case to Venezuela and beyond. Let's ensure that women who are rebuilding Venezuela today are meaningfully included in the construction of a more prosperous and democratic Venezuela in the near future. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Congressman Wasserman Schultz. I'd like to thank you for preparing that intervention as part of our Venezuela Leaders Summit. The Congressman makes a number of key points. Among those key points is the role that women play, especially in Venezuelan society, the incredible, enormous burdens that women take on in Venezuelan society, and thus as well the importance of women's leadership in a restoration of Venezuela's democratic institutions. That's frankly why we're all here today, to outline a more inclusive approach to a democratic restoration that will hopefully help to finally unlock the political restoration that we're all seeking to achieve. We will be back in 15 minutes for our first panel on how Venezuela's humanitarian, economic, and political crisis has disproportionately affected Venezuelan women. And that panel will be joined by Angel Alvarado, Eugenio Martinez, Susana Rafali, Naibet Soto, Tamara Adrian, and it will be moderated by Batilde Munoz. So please come back in just 15 minutes to join us for the next part of our Venezuela Women's Summit.
Muy buenos días a todas las personas que se están sumando a esta cumbre de Mujeres por Venezuela. Enviamos un saludo a todas las personas que se conectan desde Caracas y diferentes localidades de Venezuela, las personas que nos acompañan aquí en la sede del Atlantic Council y por supuesto a todos los que están siguiendo esta conversación en redes sociales y en medios. Les damos la bienvenida a este primer panel en seguimiento a esta inauguración que acabamos de tener de la cumbre, específicamente para explorar las diferentes dimensiones de la crisis que experimenta Venezuela a nivel humanitario, a nivel político, a nivel social, a nivel económico y específicamente cómo afecta de forma diferenciada la realidad de las mujeres, pero también tratando de poner luz en cuáles son las contribuciones que las mujeres pueden hacer a encontrar, a identificar soluciones a la crisis. Este panel titulado La crisis humanitaria, política, económica y social en Venezuela, nos estarán acompañando un grupo de panelistas de lujo, 5 panelistas, que ya fueron mencionados, pero que quisiera presentar para un poco poner en común cuál es su perspectiva y los aportes que van a hacer desde cada uno de los ámbitos. En primer lugar, nos va a acompañar Ángel Alvarado, quien es diputado a la Asamblea Nacional de Venezuela por Petare. Dentro del Parlamento fue miembro de la Comisión Permanente de Finanzas y Desarrollo Económico y aportando la perspectiva del impacto en materia de la crisis económica, también es válido mencionar que fundó en 2017 Alimenta la Solidaridad Petare, un modelo de organización comunitaria que atiende a niños en situación de vulnerabilidad alimentaria y que organiza a las mujeres a nivel comunitario para enfrentar los retos del colapso económico. También vamos a tener en este panel a Eugenio Martínez, quien es comunicador social especializado en temas electorales y políticos, nos va a dar una perspectiva institucional de la crisis, se conecta también desde Caracas y como periodista ha dado cobertura a los procesos electorales de las últimas 2 décadas en Venezuela, así que nos va a dar una perspectiva no solo de los retos en materia política e institucional, pero visibilizando el tema de la representación.
And also shed light on the matter of representation or the persistent underrepresentation of women in areas of power and think about what we can do.
Caracas, escritora, profesora de comunicación y vocería, es industrióloga de la UCAP con estudios de maestría en comunicación para el desarrollo y además trabaja acompañando organizaciones defensoras de derechos humanos en Venezuela en diversas dimensiones, digamos, en muchas dimensiones de la ciudadanía.
In different dimensions that have to do with Venezuela. And finally, we will have here with us today, connecting very soon, Susana Raffaelli. She's an accredited professional in protection and humanitarian assistance. She has a degree in nutrition, and we all know her work very well with Caritas, working not only on human rights of children and women, but also working on the issue of malnutrition in Venezuela. This is a luxury panel. I think we're going to hear a great overview of the crisis affecting the country. Many of us know a lot about this, but it's also very important to take advantage of this space in order to educate and share this information with other people. People that know about the crisis but don't understand the different impact that the crisis is having on women. Let's begin with you, Angel. From an economic point of view, could you tell us how has the disproportionate impact of the crisis that the country is going through on Venezuelan women being seen. I would like to ask if it's possible at all to share these brief remarks, initial remarks in 5 minutes, and then we go deeper into some of the things that you may mention in your responses. Thank you very much for moderating this panel. Thank you to the Atlantic Council and the Catholic University for the summit. I think it's absolutely key. Let me provide you an overview of what happened in Venezuela over the last 5 years. Really, what happened is not normal at all. Venezuela has been undergoing extreme events from an economic standpoint. The most important one being hyperinflation. Venezuela got to have an inflation of almost 3 million%. This is the largest one of the recent hyperinflations, the largest one in Latin America, and also the longest one when we talk at this scale. This is something very deep. The hyperinflation led to 5 million Venezuelans fleeing the country and an economic collapse. We're talking about destruction of wages. Wages went to zero in Bolivar's terms. And then the economy dropped up to 92%. We do a monthly monitoring of the economy, of the GDP, and we saw a drop of 92%. We haven't seen any of this in any countries in Central Asia during the collapse of the Soviet Union at the beginning of the 1990s had something similar happen, and then in countries with civil wars such as Rwanda or Liberia. This is the range where Venezuela is placed. This is an extreme phenomenon that hit Venezuela very deeply and disrupted society. And I was talking about hyperinflation at the beginning and saying that it was going to have a cultural impact and a long-term footprint. We see a lot of Venezuelans fleeing the country because it had a very deep effect in the soul of of society, of people. That comes with a lot of pain. When you have inflation, we're talking about a variation in prices above 3%, and we're talking about 3 million. When you have inflation, also the effect is greater on women in any country in the world, because women throughout the world tend to negotiate their salaries with less strength, to accept lower salaries and accept worse working conditions, and they tend to leave the labor market also sooner. When you have inflation, you see women leaving first. And then when you talk about the balance between work and the household, women are the ones, the care providers, so they leave the labor market first. When you have a hyperinflation, you see a large gap opening up. We carried out a study and we saw, for example, the following. Women's participation in the labor market was 55% in the 2000, and with hyperinflation, we saw this figure drop to 43%. Women were at 43% and men at 71%, so the gap is really large. Their conditions also worsened. One can wonder, well, what is happening? Hyperinflation is making women's salary to reach zero first, before men's salary, because they're accepting worse conditions and negotiate worse salaries, and that's making them leave the labor market first. But second, what happened is that together with hyperinflation, we had an economic collapse. So we see women working in the informal sector. They have to look for water. They have to wait for the water truck every day. They're hoping that they won't have any blackouts so that they can do the work in the household. They have to spend the whole night in line waiting to buy some food. The women cannot do all the work at home and then all the work in the workplace. So they started facing the economic collapse, and that's what explains this immense gap between women and men. In South Africa, electrification of the country increased women's participation in the labor market by 10%. Imagine what happens when you lose electricity in a country like in Venezuela. They have blackouts all the time. So women end up leaving the labor market when you're dealing with the collapse of utility companies. Again, women leave the labor market, and that explains what is happening. We see women investing less time in preparing themselves for a professional job, and that has a very serious long-term effect. If you're a woman, if you do household work in Venezuela, that's much more complicated than in any other country in the world when you're having such an economic collapse. That's a very delicate situation, and that has disempowered women in Venezuela. When I realized that this collapse was happening, we started analyzing that in Petare, and we started feeding children. I realized that children were dealing with serious problems, but also mothers, and we needed to empower them so they could go back to be present in society. We can talk about how to do that in the future, but that's a very big challenge that Venezuela is dealing with. Yes, the situation is very concerning, and how the economic crisis is affecting women is also very concerning. It's affecting the entire population, but in the case of women, it's affecting them in a very different way, maybe much more acute, given their lack of access to salaries or to the labor market or all the other things that you have been mentioning. And now moving on to the next panel and the next question, we also need to talk about what you said. When women are autonomous, economically speaking, they feel empowered. They feel empowered in many different ways in the decision making. And there is also a link between economic empowerment and political empowerment. How this capacity to be able to produce and have access to resources has a positive impact on their capacity to play a leadership role in the community, but also at a national level. I would like now to segue to the next topic and ask our next speaker a question about the political crisis that is having an impact on all Venezuelans at all levels, without any doubt, but in a different manner, it's impacting women. Eugenio, in your opinion, what are the main institutional and electoral challenges in Venezuela that impede women's equal participation in political leadership positions? And where would you say the root of the problem lies? What's stopping women from accessing the political arena? What are those main challenges that women are facing? The speaker is muted.
Ahora sí.
Can you hear me now? Says the speaker. Yes, we can. I was saying thank you for the invitation and for sharing this panel. This issue is normally addressed the following way. What is the women's political participation like? And normally people focus on electoral data, but more important than focusing on this data that show the women's political participation, in reality, we need to answer the following question. If women that actually are in the political world are in a real position to access leadership positions at all levels of government, if we look back in history, I think it's good to remember that Venezuelans started voting for governors, mayors, and so on and so forth for the first time in 1989. In 1889. Before that, only 4 women had been directly appointed by the executive branch as governors. And in those 28 years of democracy, only 1 woman have access to the presidency of the country. Villalba. Thanks to celebrating elections at all levels, regular elections, Venezuela started empowering the women, giving opportunities to women. During the 1990s, Venezuela became a point of reference in terms of political participation for women. Venezuela had the largest number of women in municipal councils. At a point in 1998, Venezuela, in fact, exceeded the average number of women in the political world, 7% at that time. And in that period of time, 3 women had access to the presidency of the country. Now, when we get to the decade of the 2000s, we saw that the gender equality regulations be eliminated, and the data that we had in terms of women's political participation started changing. They started dropping. If we look at the elections of the 21st of November, the situation is quite concerning and discouraging. In the case of governorship, we have 23 for election, and only 2 women were elected as governors. Out of 335 municipalities where they had elections, only 63 women were elected as mayors. Someone here may think, okay, Venezuelans don't like to vote for women, but that's not true. The issue here is that there are not enough female candidates to governors. There were 23 governorships, 206 men, 20 women running for those offices. And in 2003, there were no female candidates for that position of governor. And the situation is not different for municipalities. We had more than 1,000 male candidates, and only 549 were women. In terms of the legislative branch, the legislative assembly in the different states, in the 23 states, we have 82 women, or rather 82 men, and only 13 women. And in municipal councils that represent the first level of political debate in the country, we have 464 council members, male council members, and only 63 female council members. So the numbers are very disproportionate. We have very serious demographic problems. The last census took place in 2011. Therefore, populational projections are very far from the point of origin. We only have data of the electoral registry, and they don't measure really the diaspora, for example, diaspora. However, if you took as a reference the electoral registry in Venezuela, we have more women than men that registered to vote. More than 10,800,000 women are registered to vote, and only 10 million men to vote. So we have a structural problem. We have more women that are registered to vote. However, they are a minority in terms of running for office, in terms of being part of the political debate and participation in other structures, because it's not only a matter of elected positions. We're talking about having presence in trade unions, in public administration, private sector, and presence in everything that has to do with other levels of power. This affects all levels of power. We're talking about public administration, the opposition, and so on and so forth. It's very easy to think that, for example, a law about gender equity will solve the problem, but that's only one of the components that are needed in order to solve a structural problem. A structural problem that started happening, at least from the political standpoint, since 2000. We have then 20 years of setbacks in terms of female political participation. doesn't mean that women do not have any presence in the political life. They lead a lot of civil society organizations working on inclusion, human rights, and electoral issues. Thank you very much. Thank you, Eugenio. I fully agree that it is not just a matter of not having empowered women in Venezuela. There is women's empowerment, but the issue here is how to foster conditions so that they can actually have leadership positions and have the space, have access to the spaces they need in order to make changes. You already started talking about those root problems, root causes, and that takes me to what Angel was talking about before. I'm not an economist, but it has to do with the cost of opportunity. The time you have to spend waiting in line to buy bread, to get water, that's time that you cannot invest in solving community problems and also lead in the community. So so we have to solve structural problems. Like Eugenia was saying, those quota policies are not going to solve the issue, but they are needed. During the next round, I will ask you about what can be done in Venezuela in this sense. Tamara, let me now move on to you. If you could tell us, what is the current situation regarding human rights? You represent Human Rights Watch and High Commissioner on Human Rights. Even the UN High Commissioner of Human Rights have issued reports talking about violations of human rights in Venezuela, but we would like you to tell us about the work that human rights does and focus on how women are affected. Are there specific situations that need to be highlighted? Do we need to focus more on those? Does the international community need to focus more on those? Thank you, Betilde, and thank you to the Atlantic Council.
Thank you so much for the invitation. As you said, Human Rights Watch, the High Commissioner, and many officers have been closely watching the attacks on the opposition by the regime, and women, particularly as regard human rights defenders, but also public defenders, nurses, many other people have been subject to gender-based violence because of the positions they hold. And I think it's really important to look at all of this in context. Venezuela is now looking at international crimes against humanity. There have been crimes that have gone on without impunity. A few general reflections. The judicial police have not sufficiently investigated the widespread abuses committed in Venezuela in recent years, despite the existence of strong evidence. And the measures taken recently to reform the justice system in Venezuela are not sufficient to address the profound deficiencies in the country and could even worsen them. In this context, the investigations carried out by international organizations remain the only credible route to accountability in the country. There are two examples. One, the fact-finding mission that was created in 2019 by the Human Rights Council of the United Nations, which has analyzed and documented extrajudicial killings, forced disappearances, arbitrary arrests, torture, and gender and sexual violence since 2015. And there was a report in 2020 documenting that security forces and high-level authorities, including some of Maduro's people, were implicated in serious human rights violations, including crimes against humanity. A year later, a report showed that authorities had been complicit in the abuses, and that report included specific examples of gender-based violence there are a number of examples, but there's a case of women detained in Sabine. Was beaten, threatened with a knife, forced to undress, threatened with rape. They wanted to see if her body was good enough to tempt them. She was taken to another location. The abuses continued. Another example mentioned in the report is a former prosecutor saying that they had advanced in abuse and rape cases against 12 women. There, they were attacked by their superiors, and the orders had come from above to do that. And in the course of the investigations, they were told that the director said, let's make a deal. You prosecute the sergeant, but not the captain. Those are the kinds of things that happen and that cause these abuses against women and their non-investigation. Then there's the International Criminal Court that is formally conducting a formal investigation, the first one on possible crimes against humanity in Latin America. These cases happened since April 2017 that may imply civil authorities, military forces, members of the government's armed forces. And among the crimes included in Article 7 of the Rome Statutes include rape and other forms of sexual violence. So these are two major avenues for investigating crimes that particularly affect women. So going back to your question, I think it's important in this context to pay special attention to situations that disproportionately affect women. In the course of investigations by both the fact-finding mission and the ICC, it's important to emphasize special documentation of cases of sexual violence against women and girls, and to look at the prosecutor's office of ICC that's going to have a presence in Caracas to gather sound evidence on crimes allegedly committed by the armed forces where the chain of command was involved, and paying close attention to human rights violations suffered by women and girls. And the last point, I can expound on this more later in the second round, but it's important to highlight the issue of the political negotiations, which may be renewed in Mexico. I'm not saying that those negotiations will directly involve accountability, but the fact that there are international investigations pose a certain threat to the authorities. And so all the more important to have women at the negotiating table to bring another perspective. But on top of that, they can ensure that the discussions will include accountability for the violations suffered by Venezuelans, particularly women, so that that can be a priority claim as part of those negotiations. Yes. So there are international mechanisms in place, yet we need to seek an additional mechanism within the country and restore access to justice in Venezuela. So going from that more international view, we'll shift to a view from on the ground. Welcome to someone who has a direct view of what's happening in the lives of women and children in Venezuela based on your work with Caritas. And perhaps you can help those in the audience and everyone who's not as familiar with what's happening on the ground in Venezuela but are following the summit. Could you help us understand a bit better what is this situation in terms of the humanitarian crisis, and how does it disproportionately affect women? Thank you to the Atlantic Council, to the Catholic University for this opportunity. We don't often have the chance to enjoy that specific view regarding the needs of women and girls who are bearing the brunt of all of this. And often they are the ones for whom access is most difficult in terms of humanitarian response. The crisis, as has been pointed out already, is not just happening now. It's been going on for a long time, which makes it different from an earthquake or a single crisis like that. It's something that goes on and on. So people don't die of shock. It's more of a attrition type situation. People get worn down. And people have their mechanisms for adapting, but eventually they break down. And in that whole process, of course, it's the women who sacrifice themselves first just to keep their households afloat. 52% of households are women-led single-parent households. It's not always about women choosing to sacrifice themselves. Sometimes they're the only one. And then secondly, there are the gender dynamics that give women that role in the family dynamic. So when I say that in this type of crisis wins by a war of attrition and it disproportionately affects women, it's because they're the first ones to stop eating so that others can eat. 85% of women in the household survey carried out monthly by Carite say that they don't eat so that others can eat. 85% of those people are women. It's often older women who do that. So when food is distributed, they eat last. Another thing that happens is that as this crisis slowly advances, then you have women working all manner of side jobs to keep afloat. This is why you see women engaging in survival strategies that end up being modern slavery, selling their bodies for survival. Sometimes that's not enough. That's not enough. Then you start selling your daughter's body too, because there's no other option to be able to eat. It's that dire. And in a situation like that, and the progression of this crisis is so slow that it's not about shock. It's this grinding down, and the humanitarian organizations in the country don't have the capacity or the experience to deal with this. There's an overwhelmingly female suicide wave, the human trafficking, because it's one thing to skip one meal or twice and another thing to be part of a human trafficking network. These situations are so complex, and we're losing women and girls, and it's becoming harder and harder to address the problem because there are problems we didn't have before. I don't have slides. I'm not allowed to show you slides, or I can't, but I can read you some data. In the latest review, it's estimated that only 10 states where a humanitarian response was targeted. There are about 8 million people with humanitarian needs, of whom over 4 million are women. In terms of health, the figures we have is that 7 of 10 women across the country don't get enough reproductive health care, and of those, 44% who turn to those services are adolescents and girls. About 26,000 women between 15 and 49, so of reproductive age, are at high risk of mortality, estimated by the UN that a high number of women have no access to family planning. The teen pregnancy rate is far above the South American average, where there are 66 per 100,000. In Venezuela, that number is 98 versus 66. HIV, only 30% of pregnant Venezuelan women with HIV have access to antiretroviral therapy to prevent mother-child transmission. 27.7% of women in Venezuela cannot cover the cost of the health care they need. And I want to make special mention of the additional troubles for homosexual and transsexual women, because they often don't qualify for humanitarian aid or social services because their identities don't align, or their papers don't align with their gender identity. The Population Fund reports high levels of dangerous births, non-hospital births, and just to end in my field of work, the effects of food insecurity and malnutrition, it's disproportionately borne by women. There are over 300,000 women of reproductive age with anemia. That is a much, much higher rate than elsewhere in South America, where the prevalence of anemia is about 17.8% of women in this age, and in Venezuela, we're talking more than 28% prevalence. It is estimated also that 200,000 pregnant women in Venezuela have acute nutrition deficits. The Caritas records show that the percentage of women who arrive Caritas pregnant seeking help, 28% had acute nutrition deficits in 2019. That number has spiked to 52% now in 2022. And I'll wrap up mentioning two additional figures. Malnutrition is not only acute right now, endangering girls' lives, but it has caused stunting, which is irreversible. When growth stops at 15, some women are 6 to 8 centimeters shorter than girls with good nutrition. And in terms of food insecurity, I wanted to highlight that there is even more extreme suffering among women in prison. The observatory showed a high increase in the number of women that have had to turn to transactional sex to survive in prison. They end up left pregnant by their jailers, and that leads to unsafe abortions and death in prison. It is a bleak picture. People are hanging on by a thread, and the effects are often irreversible. Thank you. So that was an overview of health and nutrition and how it affects women. And those numbers are truly alarming, worse than what I'd read. Thank you for that. You alluded to sexual and reproductive health for women in Venezuela. And I want to, on that note, turn to Naki and ask you about your view of this issue. We know that the lack of family planning, exacerbated by the crisis, as already illustrated by Susanna, is one of the biggest obstacles for women to achieve equality and full representation. So what is your perspective on this, and what do you propose as possible solutions in the short and medium term? Your microphone, please. After 8 years of economic contraction and 5 of hyperinflation, with 2 years of pandemic, all of that has had a huge impact on family planning. Women have lost purchasing power. There's been a collapse of public services, food insecurity, affecting 81% of Venezuelan households. We have more poor households, more households in extreme poverty, and most of them are women-led households. Again, most of them single parents. So this is key in this story, and what we need are public policies that help transform inequitable situations, especially these severe ones we're experiences, to address complex social problems, because everything ends up being interrelated with one layer over another, as is clearly shown by Susanna's data. But what is the previous step that has to be taken? A government policy that places employment at the center of social development and economic growth. Is this possible with this Chavez type policy? I don't think so. I think we need a different framework so that we can address the historical disadvantages as well as the specific discrimination that we're suffering because of all this plethora of situations that are making things worse for women. Productive work is only possible when there's security, stability, equity, a guarantee of dignity. A great deal of what Venezuelan women are suffering is that if we can't make the same amount as when we can't live a decent life, it doesn't matter if you're young or middle-aged or old. It has to be the same, and if not, it's not going to work. We can have great public policies on paper, but they need to be followed by the state.
So I wanted to refer to some of the figures that we negotiate from a weaker position. This is before we get into the labor market, or that we accept worse conditions. Why would we do that? Historically, women have had to face very serious inequities, income, opportunities to access quality jobs, the ability to study our professions as we want, and other impositions on our decision, which is something that is key and fundamental for understanding this inequity persists. What Eugenio was saying, so few women in decision-making positions is the reason that Venezuelan women are living. And if you don't have more women in positions of power, or women in positions of power who do not speak up to men, there is no way that we are going to shift the balance in order to reverse this huge underrepresentation of women in positions of power and the lack of awareness that exists in terms of the differentiated conditions in the workplace. Because much of what continues to happen in the labor market is that the tasks are very different, those assigned to men and women. And then, of course, you see that the work that women do is valued less. Our jobs are precarious. We are the ones who hold the most positions in the government. The jobs we do are the ones that are historically worse paid. The truth is, we have to have a much more profound discussion about conditions. And all of these stories, the matter of inequality, I think the worst is the persistence of the unequal burden of women in terms of household chores and care for family. But there's segregation, there's self-exclusion, there are lack of opportunities or opportunities that are lost for women to develop professionally. But why? It's when the conditions in a nation are not ripe for this. There aren't tools for women to make the most of opportunities. So what we see that women have to become warriors with regard to the issues that are matter to them, and then we become just yet another warrior as we try to work to create our own stories. The work done by women is very precarious, and the kind that we do regularly is not well paid. It doesn't even get calculated in GDP. Nobody looks at how we monetize women's work. How do you monetize caregiving responsibilities? All of this is just an aside. And they're considered, more like daily chores or skills. These are done by women without any type of financial gain or remuneration. Caregiving services that allow women, if those were taken over or shared, we would have better opportunities. So if you look at preschool education, daycare, and even other types of education that would allow women to take advantage of job opportunities. The same is true with caregiving services for older adults. There's very, very little supply of caregivers. I would emphasize the fact that women end up becoming much more demanding when we occupy professional spaces, but this is something that has not worked historically. In many cases, we see empowered women, but until there is not some that understands that we've got to take this and run with it, it's not going to happen. So it's essential to have this concept of who's in charge of the household change, and it changes in favor of women and in favor of equity. It is extremely important to have a government that ensures both information and family planning means, and obviously universal education with respect to reproductive and sexual health, as well as birth control, etc. Yes, these caregiving policies on the social level, these have an impact on women's leadership and empowerment, more equitable division between men and women in terms of household tasks, as well as the state making that kind of investment in human development. So it's the family, it's the market, and it's the government. Our time is coming to an end. Would love to do another round of questions. I'll ask you to be as concise as possible, just touching on the main points of your proposals. In your specific case, Angel, just going back to how we started looking at the economic situation, what would be your suggestions to the international community where they should prioritize women's economic empowerment in the labor market in Venezuela? It's first, we have to lower the opportunity cost. So they can't have to spend full days trying to fill up their car with gas or washing clothes. I think national policies have to seek out mechanisms to ensure that these services don't collapse. Of course, then we have the matter that there are very important political constraints. Women's empowerment and full economic rights are also tied to political rights. As we've seen over the past 200 years in the case of the United States, how do we minimize the impacts? I think we're going to have to see multilateral organizations providing funding. They don't have to necessarily wait until political rights are fully reinstated. I think it's also important to try to bring down inflation in Venezuela because women are always the losers when it comes to inflation. It affects their wages, it affects the cost of things. So you have to establish relationships with multilateral organizations for technical support and capacity buildings, and to ensure that there are quality wages and women's more active participation after we've seen this truly bleak situation, which has brought to an extreme the consequences. So the measures that are implemented to combat them have to be extreme as well. Okay, so those would be important investments by the international community. Eugenio, as far as women's access to political spaces, areas of power, as far as influence, having an impact on the agendas to transform policies. I advocate a great deal for quotas and parity being implemented in systems. What do you think about Venezuela? Is that something that might be feasible? Or what other measures would you suggest if we look forward to democratic elections in Venezuela in the future? I would ask the audience to do the following. Look at pictures of the 4 different opposition parties as well as the ruling party to see how many women are in leadership positions. So go and look at photographs and count the number of women there and look at the number of women who are in the negotiating group for the opposition. Women are practically invisible in those who are currently the policymakers in Venezuela. In Venezuela, there are different rules and regulations that are being implemented, but there is no parity law. I do think that that would help to start to tackle the problem, but it is not enough. The problems go much beyond having a gender parity law, a law and not just rules. If we had between 2005 and 2011, the National Electoral Commission did not require disaggregated data by gender on women's participation in elections and political parties. So I think there's a structural issue that goes far beyond quotas. In fact, between 2005 and 2021, quotas were used not to facilitate women's access to politics, but to complicate the situation for opposition parties if they wanted to put up female candidates. So it's not that there are no women engaged in politics in Venezuela, young people, civil society. We see that women are working for Venezuela, but they have to be given access to political parties, to groups that are in a position to make decisions. So the law on quotas and parity, a law on quota and parity would be necessary, but it's not enough. Okay, Okay, we have very little time left, so I'm sorry. I'm going to have Tamara, Naki, and Susana to just take a minute and a half for some final comments. I'm very sorry our time is up, but just look, based on the conversation that we've had, really highlight one or two areas where the international community should be paying attention to this discussion about women and crisis in Venezuela. So just one or two areas. I would highlight two areas that I think are key. One, the international community should be supporting the actions of international mechanisms that are investigating human rights violation. There must be the rigorous implementation of whatever decisions are ultimately made. So that's on the one hand. In terms of getting to the bottom of the cases, the mission, which ends this year, will be put to a vote in the Human Rights Council of the UN. It's important to renew the term, and the mission has to focus on the most vulnerable groups and investigate violations of women's and children's rights. As far as the International Criminal Court is concerned, the civil society should continue to provide information about sexual violence by different groups, these attacks that are politically motivated. But it's important to understand that as what is established as crimes against humanity, they have to prioritize forced labor, forced prostitution, or any type of sexual violence against women. To that end, I think it is essential that we highlight the work done by Venezuelan civil society, who are being consistently harassed by the authorities. They have been arbitrarily arrested. Some of them have been imprisoned. It is impossible to have accountability without civil society enjoying the support of the international community. Susana has highlighted some very important figures. Nevertheless, there are no official figures. So beyond the areas that I've discussed today about accountability in the case of serious human rights violations, it's essential. So one of my key recommendations would be any support that civil society could have so that they continue to do the very brave and courageous work that they engage in. Thank you, Tamara. Susana, in your case, what would be the one or two areas that we could prioritize right now? Well, there are three. There are going to be three, and I'll be very brief. The first is to keep the international cooperation mechanisms already in place operating. There's a huge risk of becoming an forgotten emergency. Right now, the humanitarian response plan of the country has not received the funding that was pledged, and for two reasons. One, because there's fatigue. International cooperation is feeling fatigue. You don't see Venezuela as much in the news anymore, and there's so many catastrophes around the world. You have the war in Ukraine, the problems of food supplies, which is leading to hunger and starvation in many areas. So international cooperation is turning elsewhere. We have to say that all of the humanitarian assistance platform remains in place. We want to be effective. We want it to be rigorous. We want it to be able to be audited. And then we also have management of information. The best way to fight authoritarianism is through information. So even though we don't have official figures, have civil society and the international communities, whether or not it's the diplomatic community, donors, to produce and report reliable information about what's going on in Venezuela so that this is visible. And then we need to have people influencing different areas in society so that we continue to raise the visibility of the situation in Venezuela and the disproportionate effect it has on women's. Naki, very briefly, I would second what Susana and Tamara said. It's key to keep these mechanisms in place and to re-up the term of the mission, because it is key that we have a record of some of the barbarous acts that are being committed in Venezuela that have gone unpunished. And most nations know about the importance of this mission so that we can change the circumstances of Venezuelans in terms of human rights and to move forward with the humanitarian agenda. It's incredible. For anyone who cares about Venezuela, it's important to know that in social terms that Venezuelans are basically in the midst of a desert with nothing to drink. There's nobody, there's nothing to grab onto. And our country is in miserable conditions, and there's a new elite out there who are so far away from the circumstances and the problems that Venezuelans, average Venezuelans, are living on a day-to-day basis. So we have to bring these together. There's very little consideration. It's absolutely absurd. And at the end of the day, that is what the humanitarian organizations are working and to fight as our human rights organizations. Thank you to each and every one of you for this first panel, which helped give us an analysis of the situation, but you also provided us with some next steps. Thanks to the audience, we invite you to join us at 9:55 for the next panel, where we will talk about the unique role of women in solutions. And our colleague
Buenos días a todos. En realidad es un gran gusto, un gran
Good
honor.
morning. It's a great honor and a great pleasure to be part of this panel, and specifically to actually moderate this very special panel with 6 female leaders. I am very happy to be able to play this humble role with the stars that we have gathered here today. We have 6 speakers, 6 panelists, and as you know, the organizers have requested that I be very strict with time. I'm not going to read their bios. I believe you all have access to them. So without further ado, we will now move on to the panel itself. The first speaker of the panel, it's organized in alphabetical order, is Tamara Adrian. She has a great deal of experience in many different areas, especially she's a deputy of the, or congresswoman of the General Assembly, and she's an activist for human rights and rights of the LGBTI community. The title of the panel is The Humanitarian or the Unique Role of Women in the Search for Solutions. So in this first round of questions, I would like to ask the following. Why is it so important to guarantee the full and effective participation of women in the decision-making process, and in what way does this solution does this role contribute to solutions? In other words, what is the specific role of women in the democratization process of the country with a pluralist perspective, egalitarian perspective for Venezuela? Thank you for your question, Miriam, because I think it really hits the core of what we are proposing and addressing in the summit. I will begin by saying that the concept of political minority does not have to do, is not the same thing as when we talk about minorities or majorities. For example, in the apartheid, the white population was a minority, but they exercised the political majority. So democracy requests for a pluralist vision of everyone. We understand that we need to understand that women, we are a political minority in Venezuela and many other countries. For that reason, we need to understand that it's important to have egalitarian participation and also parity. Why? Because most of the factors that have to do with patriarchy are invisible for those men that are in power. And when you bring a different perspective, such as the one we saw in the previous panel, when you bring other issues to the table, then you create the need to solve those problems in a direct manner.
Las mujeres es político. Por ende,
Thirdly, women's bodies are political. When we are present in the world, we are being political. And this is true of other groups, older adults, minority races, but just by our very presence, we are already bringing forward problems that others are trying to hide, that the hegemonic powers are trying to hide. We want to be disruptive. We need to clearly define what the problems are, verbalize those problems, and take political action. And then the fourth element in my response has to do with the concept of women. There is not one woman. There are women, indigenous women, disabled women, young women, adolescents, children, older women, trans women, intersex women, women of other races who are excluded on the basis of their race or ethnicity. We have migrant women, rich women, poor women, women with different abilities. And in every aspect of politics, if we pretend to be a monolith, then we are also erasing the individual traits. So women in all their diversity need to be present in order to build plural, egalitarian democracy that includes everyone. That's the democracy I dream of. One that transcends patriarchal hegemony, which has prevented that egalitarian participation. So to sum up, everything with us, nothing without us. That's my motto. Thank you, Tamara. That was excellent. I think that really sets the stage for addressing this subject. Next, we'll hear from Ela Ferris from the Primero Justicia Party. She is currently a representative and member of the Frente Amplio, which is an initiative that seeks to bring together and coordinate among different civil society groups and political groups. And as part of that Frente Amplio experience, what do you think the role of women should be in these efforts to bring together different voices, to bring together the broadest possible number of different groups across Venezuelan society to try to devise strategies for future democracy in Venezuela? You have 4 minutes, so I do hope you can be concise. Thank you. Hello to everyone. First, we have to believe women are the majority of the world population. In Venezuela, we are the majority of the population. But in politics, in reality, we are too, if you look at the list of registered voters. There were a majority too. But then when it comes to decision-making power, we see a glass ceiling. But we're seeing it. We need to believe. We need to take that step. And in Frente Amplio, we have made a huge effort to highlight the role of women in politics and business, rural women, urban women, different professions, different regions. It hasn't been easy because of what we talked about in the beginning. Women are taking care of what they need to take care of. And we do everything. But when it comes time to raising your hand and saying, yes, I can, I want to do it, we look around for permission to raise our hands. But we're the agents of change. We've been called to transform this society, this country. When it comes time for election, we're out there mobilizing people, getting people registered to vote. We're the ones endangering our lives, bringing the electoral documents to where they need to go in dangerous situations. We're the ones at the head. And I don't wish to detract from what men are doing, but we can't forget what women are doing. So my call to women is believe in yourselves, believe in what we can do. It's not enough to say it.
Aquí presente la conocieron, nuestra gran maestra decía que nosotros para hacer las
One
cosas
of our great teachers said that if we're going to do things, we need to believe it and we need to feel it. And I think that women are going to be the ones to bring about the great change that our society needs.
Un ejemplo de
In
resiliencia.
the diaspora, too, we're seeing a level of resilience never before seen. People fighting, taking their children through the desert to safe place, and then they find a space for themselves in other countries. I can tell you that in Colombia, the workforce in greatest demand is Venezuelan workers more than Colombians, because in Colombia, there's been great migration of young people, and Venezuelans, especially Venezuelan women, have filled the gap. So yes, we can, but we have to believe it. That's my call to all Venezuelan women. You need to realize the importance of unity, joint efforts. We have a single purpose, which is to set Venezuela free. And to do that, we need to unite. And being united means working across parties, across organizations and associations, and work together in this soul fight. Because I know that if we believe it, we can do it. Thank you, Ela. Next, we'll hear from Fabiana Santamaria. Fabiana, you have experience in the Voluntad Popular Party. An excellent experience as a deputy in the state of Mérida, and I'd like you to tell us about this valuable experience you've had as a recently elected legislator in these last regional elections held in November 2021. How have you navigated the political landscape being from the minority, and how have you promoted citizens' rights, especially women's rights? What has your specific contribution been as a woman to strengthening those rights, highlighting the rights and duties of women in Mérida? Unmute, please, Fabiana.
¿Me escuchan?
Do you hear me now? Yes, we do.
Buenos días. Saludos, Miriam.
Good morning. Thank you, Miriam, for that introduction. Thank you to the Atlantic Council for the invitation. It's really great for me to be here to speak as a young woman legislator. In terms of the challenges you mentioned, it's not just about being from a minority party. There's also being a woman and being young in society in Mérida, which is just very conservative, where traditional values reign, where there is a lot of influence of the church, where most people work in rural areas, and there's a very traditional sense of what politics means. So my role in highlighting women has been to show
que puedo ganarme ese respeto, que puedo proponer cosas.
that I can do things, I can earn your respect, and women, regardless of age, have a great deal to contribute. That has been key to take myself out of the role of a youth activist and to take on that role of being a legislator in a conservative society, in a legislative assembly where you have a lot of people in the governing party, a lot of radical positions. We've succeeded in getting internet recognized as a right in the state of Mérida. That was a first in Venezuela. We've promoted a renewable energy law, which had not happened before. Sometimes politicians think people want everything now. But if we put an end to this regime, what happens next? We need to think about what we're going to do when we have that in our hands. So our group within this legislature is trying to propose laws that will later serve as the basis for building that new future. We are trying to raise the profile of women in bringing about laws and public policies to eliminate violence against women. Mérida is one of the states that has the highest rate of gender violence, perhaps again because of the traditional stance. Women's role is often underestimated, and one of the main contributions we can make, the audio was lost. The interpreter is not getting audio from Ms. Santa Maria.
Es un derecho humano el acceso a Internet.
Yes, I agree that internet should be a human right. I believe we lost the connection.
Okay.
Do you hear me now? Okay, if you could wrap up, please. Yes. Those of us who are working in these roles, we need to speak in positive terms. Venezuelans are tired of hearing about crisis and depressing topics. They have been suffering this long enough. They want to hear about proposals. They want to hear about the future. They want to hear that there are things that we can do. And we want to show that when we have those freedoms, we can do good things with it. Thank you. Excellent, Fabiana. Thank you so much. It's so encouraging to hear a young voice, a new voice such as yours, and you seeing you do your work in such a difficult environment, and the fact that you're focusing on constructive, proactive proposals and exercising your right and raising your voice. That is great. Now we're going to hear from Delsa, who is well known. She's been in human rights advocacy and politics for a long time. She's been a voice of women's leadership in Venezuela. And like the others on this panel, it is a great pleasure to have you here. Delsa, you're currently chairing your party, Encuentro Ciudadano, and you're also in the Legislative Assembly. What is your experience? Tell us about your struggle for participation and raising the profile of women in the different spheres in which you have been working, whether as a legislator, as a founder and leader of your party. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you to the Atlantic Council and the university for organizing this event, which I believe is extraordinary. And it's extraordinary because Ela said, I'm so much in agreement with what you say. When we talk about politics, we tend to think of men and not of women. And that is the fault of society. And I say society, not men, because that's men and women. I am 100% in agreement with how difficult it is to become a political leader as a woman, but there are many reasons for that. And throughout world history, we know that politics was a male activity because it had to do entirely with physical strength, because all issues were settled by brute force. When that form of politics shifted toward the use of reason instead of force, it was still a world of men, by men, and for men. Now, what's happening now? When you truly believe in advocating for human rights, well, human rights are for all people, not more for one group than for another group. So how can we possibly think we have fewer political rights or fewer rights of any kind than men? So again, I wholeheartedly agree. Now, obviously, it's very difficult because discrimination does exist in Venezuela. isn't talked about. You can't talk about it right now because people are hungry. There's no electricity. There's no water. Women are deciding whether to send kids to school or feed them. Some people live in this Caracas bubble, though that's a bit of a mirage, but people don't know what's going on in a rural area. Oh, and if you can't, I mean, in some areas, people are dying, you can't even bury them, so you just throw them out in the street. I mean, these are horrible things that are happening, absolute dire poverty. So people don't have the luxury of thinking about gender issues or the right of women to make inroads into politics, health, or other areas. I want to share an anecdote briefly. When people found out that we were going to form a political group, a reputable journalist called me and said, Delsa, are you really going to found a political party? And I said, sure. And he said, well, I suppose it'll be a women's party then? No, I said it's going to be a people party, a party of human beings. Like all other political parties formed before us, Voluntad Popular, etc. I'm sure nobody asked Leopoldo if he'd form a group of, or a political party of men, or Julio Rosales. These people weren't asked if it was a men's party. Why do they ask me if it's a women's party? It's not a national political organization. To be part of the 2015 assembly, to be present in all municipalities. Nobody believed that we would achieve these things. What was the key? Non-exclusion. Today, 70% of party leadership are women, and not because we set that as a quota, just because that's how it happened. We don't exclude anybody, and when you don't exclude anybody, then things happen. And this is really important. When every woman knows that she is capable, when every woman knows that she doesn't have to bow down to fight for her rights, when every woman knows that she can and should demand her rights, that you can stop paying that woman's tax, that tax, that sad burden on everyone for being a woman. I just try to be an example of the fight, to show women that they're capable of doing anything they believe in as long as they receive the training they need for that. Excellent. Thank you so much for that. I think that here on this panel, each one of you serves as an excellent example of women's potential, what women in Venezuela can do.
And now we have Isadora Subillaga, who is currently the Vice Minister for Foreign Relations of Venezuela, representing the interim government of Juan Guaido. Isadora, from your standpoint, as far as international relations are concerned, what is your standpoint on the role of women in the international scene? And what can you convey in terms of women's participation and presence in these scenarios that might be helpful to Venezuela as it looks to overhaul the system and have a new political model in order to have a society that is inclusive, egalitarian, the vision that underpins this in this panel and in the entire scenario? Thank you so much, Miriam, and thank you to all of the colleagues who spoke before me. I am very pleased to be sharing the screen with you. First, I would like to very briefly commend Atlantic Council for its work. They've been doing so much work around the creation of a network of Venezuelan women leaders. And now we are seeing the fruits of those efforts in the holding of today's summit. So I wanted to commend Adriana and the entire Atlantic Council team, as well as Canada, for making all of this possible. I will start by sharing two messages with you, Miriam. To you and to the audience following us in Caracas at the Andrés Bello Catholic University, and men who can help to empower women's role in Venezuela. First, the key role of the international community, and secondly, and even more importantly, the decisive role that we play as women. Women who fight for democracy and freedom, and women who are building peace in Venezuela. We have the obligation to demand we are given a space with all of our capacity and expertise, of which there is much. We have to grab a seat and sit at the table where decisions are being made. We are the ones who foster the greatest participation and inclusion of other courageous women. We have to make sure that the path is clear for them to join us. And all of the events, international events where I have been a part, I take advantage of the moment to promote women's participation. There can be no delegation comprised only of men. That is just not possible or acceptable in the 21st century, as the Venezuelan community and the international community should not permit such a thing to happen. In my experience in recent years, focused on Europe primarily, we see countries like Spain and France that are role models where politics is feminist. It's not that they have feminist policies, it's their politics are feminist. The Nordic countries that demand and require equal representation of men and women. In the United States and in Canada, I wanted to thank you for making this event possible. You've helped us to promote and shed light on Venezuelan women's leadership. And there are other countries moving in that direction. Venezuela cannot be the exception. Every time we meet with governments, with parliaments, with international organizations, we must always be forceful about the need and importance to include women in all decision-making processes, both inside Venezuela and outside Venezuela, because I'm working outside the country, but this must be done in country as well. We also have to look at the cross-cutting topics that affect us all, the environment, human rights, humanitarian matters, negotiations, transition, security and defense, diplomatic pressure, the rebuilding of the country, and include valuable women and experts who can offer a fresh perspective and new angles on the solution to the crisis, because it is essential that we include women in negotiation processes as well as in the processes of reconciliation, transition, and rebuilding of Venezuela. Inclusive processes are the ones that are more likely to be successful and sustainable over time. And this is why I say that the answer has to come from two places, from us, from women who are fighting for inclusion and for the international community who we thank for their support. And I once again want to thank the international community and Venezuelan women for having created these opportunities. We must make the most of it. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you so much, Isadora. We have concluded our first round of questions and we're right on time. Excellent. We've heard some very inspiring and positions that are food for thought. We need to focus on women's self-esteem and the absolutely necessary and constructive role that Venezuelan women and women in general have in building a better world. Not just a better Venezuela, but a better world. We've heard experiences from people on the ground in Venezuela and those who are working internationally. As our emphasis in this panel is the quest for solutions based on the unique role of women. In this second round of comments, I would like you to each emphasize matters having to do with solutions in the specific area of attempts at solutions as we move forward. That's the emphasis I would like you to take in this round. I would also like to extend a welcome to Aime Nogal, who was not able to be with us during the first round. So Aime, why don't we start this second round with you? I would invite you to talk in general terms as we did in the first round, and then provide us some other more detailed comments. You are an experience in elections and gender. How do you see the election of women in these negotiation processes that have been undertaken and are continuing? What, from a feminine vantage point, do you believe is the role of women in the coordination process, negotiations in the country? Please go ahead, Aimee. Thank you. First, I wanted to make a political statement. Venezuela's conflict has very profound ideological roots, but people's suffering has no ideology. It's very important that those of us who are here are aware of that. It is not possible to have development or progress without inclusion. We cannot have a sustainable solution if women are not involved, and if we don't bring in many different perspectives, as we're doing today. The role of the international community is to create opportunities for the sharing of many different perspectives, bringing in women who have different positions, different visions, so that we can rebuild trust. Miriam, we cannot move forward if we don't look at how the social fabric in Venezuela has been profoundly impacted by the conflict because of migration, because of rights. Many women are affected because of migration, because of the lack of public services, and because they do not occupy spaces where decisions are being made. We have to look at strategies with public policy and in negotiations that incorporate women's needs. It is absolutely essential for us to acknowledge this and that we move forward with humility. I know we are all capable of this. We all have biases. Despite those biases, we have to move forward. We always hear about putting ourselves in other people's shoes, but before we do that, we have to take off our own shoes. We have all been impacted by the conflict. We have family members who have fled the country. There are situations having to do with human rights. There's been an impact on people's health, on public services. We heard this from Fabiana. What is most important, I believe, is that we endeavor to create a safe space to overhaul political gatherings and meetings. The role of politics is to manage conflicts. And with great humility, we must sit down and listen to positions we may not like so that together we can come up with a new social contract that is broad-based. This will make it possible for us to move forward to a future that is much more inclusive and sustainable. Thank you. Thank you so much, Aimee.
Eco, no sé qué pasó acá.
I'm hearing some echo, says the speaker. I don't know exactly what happened, but we'll just move forward. Tamara Adrian, I will ask you, Tamara Adrian, to limit your response to 3 minutes. Tamara, wanted to hear your thoughts about solutions, specifically in your capacity as an activist and human rights defender in the area of LGBTIQ rights, as well as a member of parliament. Thank you very much, Miriam. I would first like to recall a TED Talk I gave where I put an alarm clock on the podium and it was very dark and the alarm went off and I came out and said, okay, kids, children, the 20th century has come to an end and people did not know that. They haven't realized this. They haven't realized what changes there have been from a technological, social, cultural, and educational aspect. That we're in the 21st century and we are not supposed to talk about this. So from the standpoint of the plurality that we want in this group of women who represent all aspects of the political spectrum, it is as broad as possible. Individual positions do exist, but collective visions of this new world, this integrated world, are also shared. From that vantage point, one of the most important matters is to shake off this straitjacket that we have. You've talked about women, LGBTIQ, but people forget that I'm a specialist in oil and new energy law. I'm a specialist in foreign investment, economic and banking matters. But very often I am not consulted on those matters because of stereotypes. So we have to open up paths for our participation, to take the step forward. Together, we can transform politics in Venezuela. Each of us can implement the commitment that is to be there, putting topics on the table that are of interest to all of us. But it's not about stereotypes about being women. It's about economics, politics, security, defense, education. Each and every one of those topics have to have a new vision, a shared vision, a progressive vision, a 21st century vision, because the 20th century is not coming back. Thank you so much, Tamara. That was an excellent comment. How do we all interpret women's participation with this very comprehensive and broad vision, one that takes into account not just the feminine perspective, but also the fact that we're in the 21st century. So how do you think in the Frente Amplio that this can be addressed? Looking at progress as far as inclusion and women's participation is concerned in these initiatives and in the talks moving forward. Thank you very much. We had a campaign, I should say our very dear friend Susana Reina was the one who launched it. It was called Panels. I'm not sure if you've seen it. So every time we see a panel that's just men, we denounce it on social networks. Because that was the 20th century, as Tamara said, or maybe the 18th century, not even the 20th century. Women have to be included in all decision-making spaces. That's not even up for discussion. It is not negotiable. At least in the meetings that we've been having, we make sure that people see this, that they feel this. And I know my colleague here, who is part of Frente Amplio, knows this, that decisions are made, but women don't speak up because they're not allowed. And so we have to be very clear that our voice is of the utmost importance for decisions to be made where women are included and present. And keep going back to this. We're 51% of the population. We are the majority. We have to exercise that majority as we need to. We need to empower ourselves. We have to make sure that other women who don't yet believe this learn to believe it. We have to unite. There cannot be colors, there cannot be distinctions among women. What's important is that our opinion has to be taken into account. And that's very important in the reconstruction of Venezuela. Thank you. Thank you so much, Ella. That was excellent. Okay, Jaime Nogal, we'll turn to you. The same question to you. If Venezuela has to get into the 21st century, because unfortunately in the past 20 years, we moved back toward the 19th, the 18th centuries, or the very beginnings of the 20th century, as Tamara stated. So we've been experiencing setbacks in all different areas. What are the challenges from your standpoint as a leader and a specialist on electoral matters that Venezuela is facing to become a full participant in the 21st century, looking at the traumatic situation we're currently experiencing? If you could address that from the standpoint of solutions that include that perspective. I'll address 4 points. First, I would say that we have a culture of delay. Once we've gotten past that, we'll talk about climate change, we'll talk about gender perspective. I think this matter of in the future, we will take care of this. No, we have to shift that paradigm and look at the future that we are going to achieve by taking small steps today. It's daily work. We don't need to ask permission to bring these on to the agenda. They're already part of the agenda. And then secondly, we have to shift the paradigm. I think men can be great allies. We have to see them as such and bring them into the discussion. The benefits that are entailed by bringing men into this thinking about gender perspective and decision making. And then we have to provide more support to women. We have to help them step up. We have to share relations. We have to share opportunities, broaden our networks of influence. And last but not least, invest, work, and foster and provide incentives for training in gender perspective. It's not enough to have women there just to fill a quota. It goes beyond a quota. So affirmative actions have to guarantee more participation, but that participation has to be geared toward what? The economy of caregiving, political participation in decision making, not just from the party standpoint, but in civil society and in the business community. This is something that should be widespread. And finally, look at the 2030 agenda of the UN. This is an agenda that we have to embrace, whatever the situation we find ourselves in Venezuela.
And precisely, we need to do so. We need to commit to the future that will guarantee that we can include these topics and get more allies. So adding female leadership is key, and it's important to have partnerships because doors only open from the inside. Thank you, Aime. Some people say that the capacity to establish partnerships is something very feminine, so that female approach is what leads to consensus, to look for agreement, to look for partnerships. Each one of you has expressed this, has highlighted the unique role that women can play. We have greater capacity to understand that partnerships and agreements are absolutely key in the political life and the life of a society. Fabiana, I would like to offer you now the floor. For you, the 21st century is normal. You grew in the 21st century. What do you think of this perspective of the 21st century in your doing as a young person, as a very active person in public life? What are the issues that you believe need to be promoted to bring solutions in order to have collective well-being and guarantee a relevant and constructive participation of women? As you said, my generation was born in this century, and we're always fighting for something that we do not recognize or we do not remember. We were told through our youth that we lost this, we lost that, and we don't remember that. And I really admire my generation because we're fighting blindly for something we want, even though we never experienced it. That's why our fight is truly valuable and important. We need to talk to the youth and in general to the entire country about issues that are of interest to them. In general, people do not want to talk about politics because we've talked about politics for too many years. Too many mistakes were made. But at the end of the day, we didn't reach those objectives, not because we didn't fight, but because of the circumstances. However, we need to start talking about environmental rights, economic rights, social rights. I really admire what Montora Desca is doing. We have female community leaders doing this work, and we need to raise our voices. The youth are concerned about economic issues. They do not want to leave Venezuela, but they do not know how they can develop their potential if they stay here. We need to foster entrepreneurship. We need to talk about economic freedom. People need to know that it is possible to develop our own capacities staying in Venezuela, and women are key here. Women are no longer those that stay in the household. And I'm saying this because I'm a mother, and fortunately, I get a lot of support from my husband, from my family, because I decided to be a politician and a mother at the same time. But the idea that women need to stay in the house, which is what happened last century, that doesn't happen anymore. Women want to be mothers, want to be politicians, businesswomen, and move forward. So we need to start talking about these issues. We need to reconnect with people. To talk about crisis and suffering doesn't connect us to people. It creates a division. We need to connect to the real needs of the people because those are our needs too. As women, we need to raise our voices. And not only with a discourse, and especially not only against men, because that's a mistake. And that's also a very old practice from last century when the fight was one against another. We need to understand that we all play a key role in Venezuela's reconstruction, that we need to develop partnerships. Those are young, those that have more experience, those are hold political positions, those that do not want to get involved but have a lot to contribute. Everyone has to get involved in a positive manner. We need to foster women's roles everywhere, and we need to also join forces with men. We want to make sure that our children grow in a Venezuela where there's a future for all. We need also to make sure that Venezuelans can come back to the country so that there is, like I say, a future for all. That's our approach. Thank you very much, Fabiana. Excellent. The dilemma that you posed here is quite serious. How do we motivate people so that they can participate in public life without being pessimistic, without
la terrible acumulación de
the
las crisis.
fatigue that people are feeling because of the different crises? It's a difficult challenge, but I think you mentioned the right thing. We need a constructive approach that includes the youth and addresses current matters. In terms of emphasizing the role of women in search for solutions, what could you add to what you already mentioned? To begin with, when you think about solutions, or when you were thinking about solutions, you already founded a political party. You promoted a significant presence of women in the different leadership positions. On top of this, what other issues could you identify in this sense regarding your vision about the solutions that will help us overcome these challenges? Solutions with the gender perspective that could contribute to recovering the political space for women. Thank you. More than a gender perspective or a female, I would actually talk about non-discrimination.
En el siglo XIX, que es necesario hacer eventos como este.
For us, it is clear that we're in the 19th century because that's why we need events like this one today, where we need to discuss issues like this in the 21st century when we should be talking about anything else apart from the fact that women are excluded from the political life.
A Casilda en el barrio Guaremal, allá en
All
Guayquepuro.
this, for example, are issues that maybe Casilda in some remote rural area is not interested in, I'm afraid. So how do we solve this and contribute to solutions? Obviously, what we need to do is to put an end to the dictatorship. As long as we are in a dictatorship that promotes slavery through the CLAP subsidy program, there's no way to solve the situation. I was in a meeting yesterday, and I was the only woman that was the chair of a political party, or president of a political party, and that I was told that, and that should make us reflect about how important it is to fight against inclusion. And on top of our daily struggle to obtain democracy and freedom for Venezuela, what can we do today? Well, obviously, the country is not going to wait for democracy and freedom. It's not going to, we're not going to have people just wait around for the dictatorship to end. We shouldn't have that. What did we find in our society in this regard? As my colleague was saying at the beginning of his intervention, most political organizations have women in their bases. Also, those women are part of political parties and are the ones distributing the CLAP program and the Patria plan too. The leaderships that they choose are women, maybe because they work more, maybe because they work more for less money. That's a reality. So what do we think about this? I think that the solution doesn't need to come from the top to the bottom, but the other way around, from the bottom up. We need to foster spaces to have reconciliation. If these female leaders need to be told what their capacities are. We need to train them so that they can actually empower themselves and be much more active without being subject to be accomplices to the slavery that we're seeing. I think that's a lot that we could do, and that goes way beyond whether you're more of a left-wing person or a right-wing person. It has more to do about how useful you can be for Venezuela, and that's what we are doing in Encuentro Venezuela. Thank you, Delsa. Now, I would like to offer the floor to Isadora, the last panelist of this panel. The last speaker, Isadora. You already talked a little bit about how the issue of women's representation in the political life is being addressed, how women can play a key role in the political life. Could you talk a little bit more about this based on your international experience, your experience in Venezuela? How solutions are being found and identified in order to bring the country back to a full democracy, as we all are looking forward to. Thank you, Miriam. I would like to focus my last intervention on two proposals or two ways of finding a solution. I'm going to use a key word that Fabiana used, partnership. We are establishing a great partnership through this network that is materializing in this summit. There are other networks, Frente Amplio, or foundations such as Cauce Foundation. There are many domestic networks, and there are networks that are being built from the outside too. I would like to mention one in particular because it's a platform that was launched last year and that develops partnerships with all the different networks. It's one called Women's for Democracy in Venezuela, a group of women, diplomats, politicians, part of the academia, journalists that met last year in order to launch a platform in order to promote female leadership in Venezuela, women's leadership in Venezuela, to have a free Venezuela. We decided to create this movement because there is an urgent need in this regard, an urgent need in order to find a solution. And the solution has to be inclusive and has to promote the participation of women in all the different decision-making areas. Because we've already said this, we need to bring visibility to the crisis from a gender perspective, how women and girls are suffering the crisis, because it has a much greater impact on them in general terms. I would like to mention two important topics. These are lessons learned. There are women here that I do not know personally, but I'm very impressed with all of them, and I am sure that all the women that have been invited by the Atlantic Council have a lot to contribute to this conversation. There are two things, and some of you have already heard me talk about this. There are two important things. First, we cannot distinguish between the diaspora and women that are in Venezuela. For me, this is fundamental. Maybe it's something obvious to be said in this group, but it's really not that obvious. Women from the diaspora and women that are fighting daily within Venezuela, all of them, mothers, daughters, suffer, and together we're much more powerful as a movement. And undoubtedly, together we'll get farther, higher, and stronger. And this is from the Olympic Games, actually. In other words, there are different women. Some are outside, some are inside Venezuela, but we need a gender perspective and we need to create this space of unity. In Venezuela, we have women that are listening to us here today. Women from the outside too are listening to us today. I think our hashtag is Unidas por Venezuela, United for Venezuela. And I think this is key. The second issue has to do with community too, and we need to pay a lot of attention to this. We need to address another division that separates political matters from civil society. Susana, Tamara in the previous panel talked about this. We within this movement, within this network, within these partnerships in all the different areas where we work. We need to join forces in order to develop a path of peace for our children without distinguishing between the work that is done at a political level or with NGOs, because all the different spaces, all the different areas are extremely important. And we have a similar overview, diagnosis, assessment, and a series of solutions, joint solutions. It's much easier to get results. If we understand that these two things need to be united, they cannot be divided, we will be ready to reunite Venezuelans. Together with the other part of the political and social spectrum, we need to hold hands with millions of women. I think someone said that most of the civil servants in ministries are women. So we need to join forces with those hundreds of thousands of women in order to see together the end of this crisis and come out of the crisis together. It could sound as some stereotypical, but I am convinced that we are building this path and that it is up to us to lay the groundwork so that we can have a strong country so this doesn't happen again. Right now, we have a window of opportunity. Let's grasp it so that we can consolidate our situation. We have attention from the international community. We need to make sure that men and women together in Venezuela and in the diaspora join forces. Thanks to this work that is materializing today, Venezuelans need to understand the strategic role of Venezuelan women that Venezuelan women can play to find a solution to the crisis. So it's up to us to join forces and make history. Thank you very much. Excellent. Thank you, Isadora. I think that's a wonderful way of wrapping up this panel. Thank you so very much for your great interventions and remarks. I think they've been truly inspiring. There is a great deal of material here in order to develop a women's strategy addressing not only women's issues, but also the greatest challenges of the entire Venezuelan society with the 21st century vision. I think that the issues that have been brought forward, such as partnerships, inclusion, gender perspective, generational perspective, the emphasis played of self-esteem in women, women's empowerment, solutions from the bottom up, coordination of efforts among women and men. I think all those issues are key elements that will contribute to the design of a strategy to develop a truly democratic, egalitarian, and plural society. I think this will be key. Thank you so very much. It's been a great pleasure. And your words have been truly inspiring, and I'm sure all the next panels will also be excellent. Thank you to the Atlantic Council for their tireless efforts empowering women in Venezuela. Thank you all, and please continue to participate in this event. It's been a pleasure.
Buenas tardes, bienvenidos al
Good
tercer
afternoon. Welcome to our third panel at this Atlantic Council Summit, in which we'll be talking about how to connect the diaspora and Venezuelan civil society in order to boost women's leadership. We have a group of civil society panelists from Venezuelan politics and the diaspora. We'll be talking about Evelyn Pinto. She's a feminist activist. Liz Carolina Jaramillo from the Primera Justicia organization. Juan Pio Hernandez here in DC, who's the executive director and member of the board of directors of NGO Plan País, part of the Venezuelan diaspora, which seeks to exchange knowledge, talent, and ideas. Then through Zoom, we have Natalia Brandler, founder and president of the Cauce Association, which since 2005 has been dedicated to strengthening the capacities of Venezuelan women, political and social leaders, and carrying out advocacy campaigns in favor of women's equal civil and political rights. We also have Roberto Patino, a democracy and human rights activist, who's an expert in citizen security, conflict resolution, and has experience with community organization in Venezuela. So to start off, we'll welcome all of our panelists and talk a little bit about this subject of how to connect the Venezuelan diaspora with civil society, what the challenges are, and what the current status of that relationship is. So we'll want to hear about that relationship and what elements are needed. So to start the conversation, I'd like to start with Natalia. Welcome. In your extensive experience with Cauce, what is the current status of the relationship between the diaspora and civil society in terms of women's leadership, and how can that relationship be strengthened? Thank you for that question. First of all, I'd like to highlight the excellent work being done by the Atlantic Council, which committed to organizing this amazing summit. Thank you to the Andres Bello Catholic University and to all the women who have preceded me at this summit, all of whom really inspire me with their incredible experiences. So we've already been discussing a great deal the discrimination women face in politics in Venezuela. That's why it's so important to spotlight this subject. As to your question, all Venezuelan women, those inside and outside the country, those having to migrate for economic or persecution reasons, and those who are still fighting on the ground in Venezuela, or women who are in communities on the ground, regardless of where we are, we're all united by a desire to return to democracy, because without democracy, there's no possibility to obtain equality, to secure the much needed gender-sensitive public policies. We need to strengthen democracy or secure democracy through strengthening dialogue to get out of this terrible crisis that's affecting Venezuela. So for me, the priority is to exercise the right to vote. That is a subject that's going to unite us over the next 2 years, and that is where women have a very important role to play. But for that, we need dialogue, we need to get organized, we need to join forces across civil society, across political groups, because we all have the same goal, even if it's true that we've followed different paths. We've not all been rowing in the same direction. But the women of the diaspora in recent years have demonstrated enormous organizational capacity. We've got groups like Médicos Unidos, women who organized in the past to get out the vote, abroad, the effort around humanitarian remittances. And what's needed right now is that we remember that we're on the same page in terms of the concerns about the people who are still in Venezuela. Sometimes when you leave, you believe you're still connected, but the world keeps evolving, the situation keeps evolving in your home country, and you have to connect with feeling through an ongoing dialogue, because the women of the diaspora can be incredibly helpful. International organizations can be incredibly helpful in helping women get organized, mobilized. And that is something we can achieve when we work together. The millions of Venezuelans, 7 million Venezuelans now have left the country. We need to get them to vote. That is a priority to ensure a transformation and democratization of Venezuela. And then from there, we continue to fight for political equality, the right to the decent living, the right or the fight for labor rights. And I want to highlight that although the Unity platform has announced preparations in 2023 for the 2024 elections, we need to ensure the right to the vote. And women, those of us abroad in the diaspora, have shown that they have that organizational capacity. So I believe that this is a topic that should be added to all the key issues that have been discussed thus far at the summit. We too wonder how the primaries will be held with leaders in exile. We've got women with a great deal of political experience, a lot of value added, and there's no guarantee that they can participate. So these are questions that I think need to be raised. We have to raise them right now, and Cauce is trying to promote that dialogue among women of the diaspora and women in civil society on the ground, women that stayed, women who left, so that you can build trust and then build common cause with a strategy and agenda with that gender perspective, so that we can achieve democracy that includes women, because we have solutions. We know what our priorities are. When we're not alone, of course, because there are organizations abroad that can support us in this struggle.
On that very important point that you emphasized, the number of opportunities for dialogue, inclusive dialogue, that allows solutions to be devised. And along these lines, I wanted to talk about the relationship between civil society and the diaspora and some of the challenges for those inside on the ground in Venezuela, the different perspectives and realities. Having worked from Plan País and this global network, how can you engage? How can there be engagement between the diaspora and civil society? First, I wanted to thank Atlantic Council, Catholic University, and all of those involved in putting this excellent project together. We're discussing something that is not discussed very much within the country. It's nice to have voices of civil society and the political sector, men and women. Yes, well, it is true that panels of just men are terrible, but men do need to be a part of this discussion. So I would like to thank you on that note for your invitation to participate here. You raised a very important point, the importance of a narrative and this engagement between Venezuelans who are living outside the country and those who are in the country. We're like in a boxing ring of different perspectives. There's some toxic ideas that want to pit Venezuelans against one another and divide us into tribes so that we're all fighting against each other. In the diaspora, we have Venezuelans who left and went to other countries, and then you have this toxic narrative of Venezuelans who remain behind, who have been co-opted by the government and can't think for themselves. So as a country, we've been working to create opportunities for young people in Venezuela living abroad to be part of the solution. We're looking to connect them as part of this large network of Venezuelans globally, involve them in topics that are really important to Venezuela. This is something that we've discussed a lot, and we always want to include the Venezuelan perspective. We want to bring people to the discussion who are in Venezuela, who are working on the ground in Venezuela. Something we've seen quite often is that we can say that all of Venezuela is a diaspora. Those of us who have physically left the country, we are part of a diaspora, but we have many people who are living in a country that changed before their very eyes. This is a country that is new to them. It's unrecognizable. This is something we discuss, and something important that we as Venezuelans need to do is to recognize one another. We need to meet up. There are people in Venezuela who don't speak about the diaspora. They say those people who are abroad, that's an issue we will deal with down the road. But there are others who are saying, okay, they're not important, but to a certain degree, they think they don't have to take us into account, but that is not the case. We are all invested in the future of Venezuela, those living there and those of us who are living outside of Venezuela. There's a lack of institutions of leadership. This has meant that civil society has had to fill in many of the gaps. They fill in those vacuums. In the previous panels, we heard discussion about the lack of official data, official statistics and figures. So what are we working with? We're working with data that's been collected by civil society. In many cases, we've seen that the diaspora, given all of the constraints, sometimes the dangers that people are facing in the country, the diaspora has been able to serve as a voice for these organizations working on the ground in Venezuela. Much more needs to be done. There is an urgent need to create opportunities for these organizations working in Venezuela and the organizations of the diaspora to meet and talk, to seek out mechanisms that will enable integration and to work hand in hand in all of the areas that need work. One of these is in the area of gender. I recall one of the conversations in a previous panel where they talk about people who say, that's a topic for women to discuss. And as a man, I have seen the leadership that exists and the impact that women have had in all of these different areas. And that's true in the day-to-day basis. There's so much great women's leadership, and women can have a huge impact. I will wrap up here so that we can continue on with our dialogue, but I think it's very important to have opportunities like this summit so that we can address all of the different matters that are of importance today in Venezuela. Thank you, Juan Pio. One of the ways of bringing together different elements in a shared agenda is by finding those elements that bring people together, that unite people instead of focusing on areas of disagreement. So Liz, looking at what you do in Venezuela and what you've seen from people who have emigrated, those who are outside the country, those who are inside the country, beyond what Natalia has spoken about when we talk about free and democratic elections, what other elements unite the diaspora and particularly women in the diaspora with those who are still in Venezuela. Thank you very much. I wanted to take this opportunity to thank Atlantic Council and the UCAB and everyone who made today's summit possible. In Venezuela, there is an information blackout. What cannot be measured cannot be managed, and what can't be managed cannot be solved. And so it's important to know, based on data, what's happening in terms of mobility and include that in public policies. It's thanks to civil society organizations, as Juan said, that we have information about how the Venezuelan population has been impacted when it comes to migrant, and also looking at living conditions where they have been providing data. And we're seeing that more than 340,000 births happened outside Venezuelan border, and these could have been births within Venezuela. All of these Venezuelan families, all citizens have been touched very closely by immigration. We have all felt this, or we've seen at least one loved one leave the country. In many cases, it's more than one. So when the social fabric is destroyed, and this permeates society, as civil society actors, it is incumbent upon us to come together to work that. And as women, we can help the country to recover that trust. Feminism doesn't mean women's power over men. It means everyone holding the same level of power. We're looking for innovative tools to provide that kind of support. So we have created these different networks. The Cauce organization, represented by Natalia, helped to create this network, and the support network that Atlantic Council was involved in creating, the work with representatives, civil society, ambassadors, and all Venezuelan women, both inside and outside of Venezuela. We all have to do our small part to make sure that we can work both inside and out of Venezuela, because we must come together to recover trust in institutions, to ensure that those help us have the Venezuela that we seek to rebuild. What you're saying, it's very important to underscore that all of these programmatic elements of different agendas that can be political and social share something, and it's those shared elements that are going to lead to lasting change. So Roberto from UCAB, if you could talk about the implementation of social programs. We've been talking about agendas or program agendas. It might seem all well and good on a piece of paper, but there are people involved, people in their organizations, in their neighborhoods, out on the streets, who make sure that these agendas take life. What has been the commitment of women in Venezuela to help to implement these agendas to support their well-being, return to democracy, and a return to all these priorities that we've been listing? Thank you, Francisco, and thanks to everyone for the invitation. I did want to recognize all the women on this panel who have made this summit possible. Here, there are a number of different faces of very well-known defenders and fighters who are working for democracy in our country so that we can have specific initiatives. There are two experiences I'd like to highlight in our community work. First is the agreement of the Mothers of Catuche. It's very important, especially here at UCAB. The challenges and the leadership in the program were supported. This was an experience where in a community in Caracas, we saw that there was a lot of conflict, a lot of suffering, a lot of pain, and the mothers there decided to take the reins and come up with peace agreements and to impose those. They brought peace to their community. we use that as inspiration to replicate that type of leadership that the women showed in their communities for dialogues, for peace processes. This is where the Solidaridad process came to be. We sat down to connect the experience of women at the community level with those in the diaspora. We have these cafeterias or these dining rooms. We've got 150 nationally. We've got thousands of children who are being fed there every day. This is a program that is being spearheaded by a team that's been supporting us for a long time. From the very outset, the great contribution has been women at the community level in La Vega who would provide us with the space and volunteer their time to prepare food for children every day. But to obtain the ingredients, we created a network of women in the diaspora who looked for donations so that we would have the inputs we needed. That's how the program started to grow over time. These examples, in my opinion, showed that women's leadership is key to surmount this crisis we're all facing. We heard Juan Pio and Liz say during their comments about the importance of creating a new narrative. In Venezuela, our greatest tragedy from an emotional standpoint has to do with family separation. There are so many families that have been torn apart. They're in different parts of the country. I could ask people here, raise your hand if you have a loved one outside of Venezuela, and I think we would all raise our hands. This means we have to create an ability for reunions, for us to come together again. We don't want to compel everyone who left to come back, but we want a prosperous Venezuela, a 21st century Venezuela, where it would be easy to come back together. There are opportunities for us to meet together in our family homes, which have always been spaces for happiness and for culture. I wanted to commend Natalia for all the work she's done and for the training of women leaders. Those of us involved in politics in Venezuela know that more than 90% of those who give life to parties are women, and yet they're underrepresented in elected office. So I very humbly join in this call and thank you for this Venezuelan Women's Leadership Summit and your objectives that were all part of this historic effort to bring the diaspora and the community together. Thank you for raising the point of immigration and the impact on Venezuelan families at whatever family, as Liz noted too. Evelyn, my question to you is, it's impossible to not discuss migration when we're talking about leadership. So for whatever reason, economic, social, or political reasons, people have had to immigrate. So what happens when these women leaders leave Venezuela? How can they continue their work as part of that diaspora to continue to exercise this leadership as they try to bring in other Venezuelan women or other Venezuelans in general abroad? In some migration processes, we've seen women have greater autonomy in decision making or their own personal development because they're alone, so they are making all the decisions. But we should talk about the situation of women migrants that has a very different impact on children and adolescents and women. It creates greater gender inequality. If we speak specifically about youth, if women are made invisible, young women are made even more invisible. In 2021 survey of those who migrated over the past 5 years, 51% are young people, 56% are men, and 44% are women. This is something we should take into account when we as leaders and coordinators of the summit have to provide a response. Each of these impacts are important. First, you have to look at stigmatization and hypersexualization of Venezuelan migrants, especially in Latin America. This is a display of some of the inequalities and stereotypes that have existed about women and society and this culture of Miss Venezuela. Many are very proud of this, but I think it has also done a great deal of harm to the view we have of Venezuelan women and the way that women live in terms of access to public services, access to sexual and reproductive health rights, especially birth control. Because of their migration status, they believe that they cannot ask for support or seek out medical care. We've seen Venezuelans, there was an investigation done last year, and it showed that many women, approximately 26%, were the only ones who used birth control that was migrant women. These are matters that as political leaders we have to address, especially in this particular summit. I want to give two different perspectives, one to talk about young migrant women and their status when it comes to education. Young girls do not have access to education because of their migration status. In some countries, if they don't have papers, they have no access to the education system. And when it comes to university education, many of them cannot go because they need more than one job and work late so that they are able to send money back to their families in Venezuela and support themselves abroad. So they're women, they're migrants, and there are all sorts of other types of discrimination, racial, sexual orientation, economic position. All of this has to be looked at intersectionally because it has a major and different impact on all these women.
We also have women that are leaders that have migrated not only because of the humanitarian crisis, but also because of the political persecution that we have in the country. I know many female leaders from different political parties, universities, NGOs that have fled because of migration and from the countries where they are right now. They're trying to organize even their own political parties. So many people have migrated that political parties now have a representation abroad. They are trying to connect with the Venezuelan diaspora in order to come up with proposals. And one of them has to do with the role of women. Recently, I met 3 Venezuelans. One works in Google, another one in Amazon, another one in Meta. Young women that come from different regions in Venezuela, and with a lot of sacrifice, they've managed to occupy leadership positions in these very important businesses. And it's important to bring visibility to this. Why? Because young girls and young Venezuelan women need to have that type of reference to understand that they can get to those high-level positions. It's not only about empowerment, it's also about overcoming structural barriers faced by young women and girls in order to have access to those positions. If we don't have a president, female president of the country, how is a girl going to imagine that they can be a president if they've never seen a woman occupy that position? Thank you. What you're talking about is truly important. It goes beyond borders and it goes beyond what we are experiencing right now in Venezuela. We could have this conversation also in other countries in the region where women haven't had a chance to occupy leadership positions and be presidents. And we've seen that when women do have that opportunity, they make a great difference. They make history. Now, let me go back, or let me go rather focus more practical issues. Let's be a little bit shorter than when you took the floor during the first intervention. Natalia, could you talk about what you're seeing through your work in order to promote female or women's leadership? What are the ideas that you are coming up with? What innovative ideas? What has been done in the past? What is different now? What is not working? Let's talk about the post-pandemic context. What ideas do you have here to share? Some practical pieces of advice that we could learn and use as a takeaway. Thank you. First of all, in Venezuela, women are motivated and interested in participating in the political life. In fact, they are part of a lot of community groups and also part of the political life in Venezuela. Now, they face many obstacles given everything that has been mentioned by those that took the floor before me. When a woman wants to be part of politics, they need time. They need resources. They need to make sure that certain basic services are covered. In some countries, these services are covered by the government, childcare, school. They need to be able to buy food easily. They need basic things. And in spite of those barriers, Venezuelan women continue to work. And I know, because I know their stories, I know that the personal and physical price that they pay for it is really high. So I think we need to make sure that the international community understands the situation faced by Venezuelan women. And young Venezuelan women that want to study, for example, also face many barriers. We need to find solutions. I thought that it would be, or I think it would be necessary to have in Venezuela something like what we have in the US, some funds allocated specifically for women that run for public office. We also need to recognize that there is a great deal of support right now that I hope continues and that I believe has been fundamental for women over the last months or years. We need to make sure that discrimination against women becomes much more visible. We've been supported by international organizations, and also other governments are committed to fostering or promoting Venezuelan women, training them. We have governments such as Canada, the United States, the Netherlands, France. They've supported women and they've provided training for women who want to occupy a leadership position. And we need to make sure that this support continues. We are at a key moment to continue to support and train women. Thank you, Natalia. Liz, something along the same lines. Could you talk a little bit about your experience? I know that you're implementing specific model in order to promote women in politics. What are those initiatives that are taking place in Venezuela at a political level in order to promote women's participation in politics? Like I said before, we all want a democratic change in Venezuela. That is what brings us together. In the meantime, we need to make sure we reach an agenda or implement an agenda to rescue the democracy in Venezuela. Some political parties in Venezuela and outside of Venezuela are undergoing an overhauling process. Many political organizations have been facing a very serious credibility crisis. And when you appoint women to powerful positions, you send a very clear message. But rather than having an island with a woman with only a woman occupying a high-level position, we need many of them. And for that, I would like to share an initiative that we are promoting. We have the Vice Chair of Programs and Training, and From there, we have another program, a comprehensive program for the integration of women in politics, and it actually works at many different levels. And we develop policies in order to promote all women that would like to raise their voices and grow and bridge gaps. And to wrap up, I would like to share a clear message for Venezuelans. I would like to invite all women to join political organizations, because it is through political parties that we can actually make the necessary changes in the Venezuelan society. So I would like to ask all Venezuelan women to join political parties so that they can raise their voices and their voice can be heard, and so that they take part in bringing the change that Venezuela so much needs. Roberto, in terms of the community work that you do, what is the impact that women have? What is the role played by women in terms of bringing specific result of a policy? And could you please talk a little bit about the importance of getting involved in politics at a community level and the importance of women at that level? Here, I have many role models when it comes to the fight for human rights and democracy in Venezuela. I have Yahaira Forero right next to me. Yahaira has been a human rights defender in terms of public safety. We know what has been happening over the last years, extrajudicial killings. People that have been attacked because of these women like her have led this fight, always working from the grassroots. We also have Rosario Contreras, together with many other defenders, have fought for better healthcare during a pandemic. Many people that work with nurses and doctors in Venezuelan hospitals pay to actually work. In other words, their salary is lower than what it costs them to get to their work. We need to value what this decision means. They're showing solidarity to those that suffer the most in their country. We have other people that have fought through student movements. Like I said at the beginning, women are a source of hope, of unity in communities. They are a source of resilience, the resilience that we need and that they show through their work on a daily basis. And that's very inspiring for everyone else. At a personal level, I've learned a lot, and it's been a unique opportunity to get to know so many women at a community level that are showing me that change is possible thanks to their participation, thanks to their involvement. We've heard that we're condemned to live like this. However, women in our community show us daily that the change is happening, the change for all Venezuelans is coming. Thank you. Evelyn, now wrapping up and going back to women's leadership and the youth, are there any ideas, models, programs where you are involved in order to encourage young women to get involved, to get trained, to take part in the political life? In order to promote the political participation of young women, we need to create and implement a protocol against harassment in political parties. Many people are scared of talking about this. They pretend not to know, but that's a reality in all political parties, regardless of their ideology. We need to develop that protocol against harassment. Most young women in politics, and I'm saying this because I know this firsthand, many women leave that because they are victims of some sort of sexual harassment and they don't know what to do. There's no sanction whatsoever against the abusers, and there's no training at all levels in order to know the importance of gender equity in democracy. So this is something key. I've tried to raise my voice in this sense to make sure that a protocol is against sexual harassment is developed together with training in order to deconstruct those stereotypes that women face and that are barriers for women to get involved in politics. That internally, we as leaders have the duty to go to the different communities and talk about these issues because they're truly important. We've been made believe that gender equity is not a priority. However, it's absolutely fundamental. And we see how women are becoming more interested in this matter. And recently we had women dressed in purple demonstrating against femicide. Why? Because they were aware that a woman was killed because of gender issues. There is concern in the community, therefore, and we have the duty and responsibility of talking about this. We represent more than half of the population. Talking about women's rights, is talking about human rights. And without women, we will not have democracy. Along the same lines, Natalia, I would like to ask you the following. What have you seen in other countries through your work? Not necessarily with the Venezuelan community, but the diaspora of other countries that we could learn from when you talk about female issues, women's issues rather, femicide, and so on and so forth. Is there something that is coming to your mind that we could take as an example, as a lesson learned from other places? Well, I'm thinking of Iranian women who have worked on this issue. These women are also part of the Iranian diaspora, and certain parties have denounced this in political fora. I would also like to mention the importance of Colombian women and their work, all the work that they did, women such as Claudia Mejía Duque, Inés Quintero, women that are part of civil society that organized a very important women's summit and who made sure that the discussions that took place between the FARC and the government led by Santos at the time included a gender approach. Those women continue to fight to make sure that those accords, the peace accords, are implemented. So that's a good example. They managed to bring together many different types of women. In fact, some clashed with each other. They had different points of views, very radically different points of view. However, thanks to the discussions that they held, that dialogue that they fostered, they managed to defend a common agenda, overcome their differences, and establish a common strategy. That's one of the most successful examples that have to do with transition, political transition, and that included gender approach. So I do think there are good examples abroad. In Cauce, we've invited these women to inspire us to talk to Venezuelan women. Thank you for this great opportunity to talk about this in this very important summit with such excellent speakers. Thank you, Natalia. I see that there are different opportunities and ways to improve the relationship between the diaspora, civil society, and so on and so forth. There are successful stories inside Venezuela, but also outside Venezuela. The important thing here is to see how we can continue to get the diaspora involved in these different issues that affect Venezuelans. Juan Pio, could you tell us about your experience and the resources that are available in order to unite, bring civil society and the diaspora together? Do you know about any type of workshop, webinar, training, information that you would like to share with all the viewers that we have today? Well, the interpreter apologizes by the audio is very poor. she'll do her best. We're looking for an initiative in order to strengthen the diaspora, creating integration mechanisms so that there is. Thank you. Now the audio came back. We need integration mechanisms among the different members of the diaspora to promote collaboration, to exchange information in a transparent way. We need also to coordinate efforts in Venezuela and see how the diaspora can contribute to this. We are creating thematic working groups. We started with a facilitation group working on humanitarian issues, the environment, and so on and so forth. Those are the different areas that we've identified where we could work together with the diaspora. Evelyn is also supporting us in this project. We're trying to find organizations in Venezuela that could contribute to this. We want to get the diaspora involved. So we established different working groups, and we've been very impressed by women's leadership in these working groups. You have women working on very important matters such as the environment or humanitarian matters or entrepreneurship. There is a great deal of female leadership in this regard. We have many organizations here represented today, and we need to make sure that we bring visibility to all this. Young women, girls need female leaders as role models. In terms of civil society, women are actually playing key roles, and we've seen this over and over again. The diaspora needs to see this too. We see that the impact of the diaspora is not only at a global level through very big organizations, but also locally. There are many communities where women are actually organizing the community. They are supporting Venezuelans, newcomers. They are working on environmental matters. We have different organizations that are, for example, talking about the environment in Venezuela in Oslo. So if someone is saying that Venezuela doesn't want to talk about the environment, that's not true. It's happening. We need to put pressure in this regard. And we see a lot of leadership in the diaspora, many female leaders. The diaspora is inspiring us, and we need to make sure that we bring visibility to the work that is being done.
And those of us who are part of this discussion need to find a way to collaborate. I'm often in the US on discussions like this, and when we talk about gender, you see these ugly images of just men talking to the press. And then they say, oh, this is a gringo problem. It's a first world problem, but it's not. It's something we need to work on. We need to be part of the discussion and give our input, not just to empower women, but to really get the message out that they're needed. And when you have that opportunity, have confidence and know that your opinion matters. Your leadership is worth something, and the country needs you. Thank you, Pio. Everything we've discussed about women's leadership, connecting with the diaspora, everything that's happening inside and outside Venezuela, across all of that, women's leadership, young women's leadership, the networks that have been created, the projects that have been launched, the community work of Roberto, the global networks, all of this presents a great opportunity. Before we wrap up, I'd love for each one of you to just give one word to describe Venezuelan women and why. Natalia? Well, I'd say courage and resilience. Lots of courage. I say hope for democracy. inspiration. Roberto, for me, it's love. That's the strongest force that moves humanity, and Venezuelan women represent that. Thank you. Thank you to all of the panelists. Natalia joining us from Venezuela with the Cauce Association, Liz from Primero Justicia, Roberto from Venezuela, Juan Pio Fernandez, Evelyn, all of you. And of course, this event would not have been possible without the work of the Atlantic Council.
Bueno, llegó el momento cumbre de esta cumbre, porque en este panel vamos a hablar.
Moment arrived. In this panel, we're going to talk about the proposal that we're going to present, a declaration for gender equality in the process to build democracy and peace in Venezuela. I would also like to take this opportunity and this conversation in order to announce that my teams in the National Assembly promoted an agreement that was approved, an agreement to support the declaration of this summit, thanks to all congressmen and women that made it possible that today we will also have the support of all political parties in Venezuela for the summit that has created this space where there's trust and unity for Venezuela that we would like to build. We, female leaders, will be part of it, and we are proving it through this declaration that talks what we want to achieve in the future. Look what we are able of doing. This is just an example. I would like to begin this panel in order to talk about the proposal, asking a question to Sandra. So Sandra, I would like to start with you. You are a leader that has undergone many difficult experiences. You've been in prison, and that hasn't really stopped you from fighting. You are a leader in Venezuela and you in Barinas, which is a state in Venezuela. And you've also led an initiative supported by the Atlantic Council and the government of Canada. You've played a key role in this initiative. So, as an active participant since the beginning of the process that started as a network of support, and now we're a much wider network. What was the process like? What did you learn? What interesting experience can you share with us now that it is time to implement the proposal? Thank you. Thank you to the Atlantic Council, the UCAB, and the Government of Canada, everyone that is supporting this initiative. It is an honor to take the floor from the capital of freedom. Throughout Venezuela, we have leaders committed to freedom, but also women's agenda. We're talking about NGO leaders, political leaders, as well as the different political structures that exist in Venezuela, from the national level to the most local levels. At the same time, in Venezuela, we have women that are trying to lead. I'm one of those leaders. I come from the center of the country, from a very poor country. I got my PhD when I was 34, and precisely because I want to lead, I prepared myself. I trained myself. And as many other women, now I am ready. The only thing that we need is to bring groups together, the groups that support women in positions of power, and to bring also the women, the voices of women that are looking for those spaces to raise their voice. Right now, we are here in this summit fighting for our rights, but also fighting so that more voices join this process. I would also like to ask you something about the proposal specifically. Could you talk about the first and main objective of the proposal? Could you explain its content? We want to propose the following to guarantee the full and effective participation of women and significantly expand their representation in politics, civil society, and all spaces of power and decision-making on the road to reinstitutionalization in Venezuela. Yes, indeed. The first objective of our proposal is to significantly expand the representation of women in politics, to have more women occupy positions of power. And it's not only to have more women there, but also to make sure that once they are in place, so that they have the right tools in order to exercise their leadership fully. We're not talking about fictitious leadership. It's about women making their own decisions, making sure that they can add their own vision to the different processes, ongoing processes in Venezuela. The international community has recognized the role of women in negotiation processes. When we have a greater participation of women in negotiations, these peace processes, for example, are more successful. On average, they last for 15 years or more. The UN, through the 1325 resolution, has said that women are key in order to make sure that peace processes are successful. And women are also keys to make sure that the GDP in a country is high, that there is economic improvements. It's businesses that include women are also more effective and more efficient when reaching their objectives. Therefore, if taking into account the impact of women and also taking into account that we saw serious setbacks of regarding women's participation in politics, as we've heard here today. He was saying that at the beginning of the 2000s, the participation of women in Venezuela was an example for the rest of Latin America. And then on the 21st of November, only 16% of women were candidates. Only 16% of candidates were women. So we need to understand these setbacks in terms of female candidates in Venezuela. Taking all this into account, we've put this on the table. The first objective, more women in positions of power, but also with they need to be free to make decisions and have a direct impact on each of the processes that will be taking place in Venezuela to reach the reinstitutionalization of the country. Thank you. Now, I would like to offer the floor to the panel that we have in the Catholic University Andrés Bello. We have Manuela. Everyone admires you because of your experience, and not only as a politician, but also as a person dedicated to building public policies in the social area. We all remember your proposals in the country plan. We need these proposals to be implemented. You're also a social worker in the field. You have your own program in Venezuela, such as the Nodriza project that supports lactating women in very poor communities in Venezuela. I would like you to talk about the objective of the proposal that convenes us today at this summit, to ensure that the political agenda includes a rights, gender, and intersectional perspective in leadership structures, public policies, and all decision-making bodies. Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me. I think a key element is to give voice not only to women in decision-making spaces. For example, all political parties are now pushing for reforms and changes, and for that we need changes not only in regulations, but also in terms of the reality. More female leadership at all levels of the decision-making process. But at the same time, we women need to guarantee that there's also space for women to join. I joined because Chavismo proposed party. No one told me to be a candidate, but many people were elected in 2015 as congresswomen of the National Assembly. That gave us a way to enter this space. But we also need to understand that we need to help other women to take part in this, because the more we are, the better. And I'm not talking only about a political party, specific one, but all political parties. We also need to make sure of the following. And here there's something very important that needs to be mentioned. Cross-cutting issues. It's not only about political parties. How does the Venezuelan society define women today? We need women in civil societies. We need women in private companies, think tanks, universities. So we have to also fight against the idea of what defines us as a gender. We need to make sure that the international community understands this, and we need to make sure that all the different decision-making processes include women taking part in them, and to bring men into these spaces too, young men, older men, so that we all unite forces. Thank you.
Second question has to do more with public policies. We know, and we saw it when we heard the terrible assessment this morning, there really aren't public policies that specifically address women's issues. We have a facade of feminist language that covers up the terrible situation that women suffer in our country. What can we do today in terms of public policy? What changes can be instituted to address women's needs, Manuela? I can't believe you're giving me 3 minutes for this. What a challenge. We need places for caregiving. We're talking about a country where teen pregnancies are a reality. You don't have access to education. You don't have access to birth control. We don't have access for dealing with menstruation, something that affects all of us, but it's actually something that limits people's ability to work because they don't have access to sanitary pads. And if a woman is a victim of violence, she doesn't have income, imagine. She doesn't have a family and she's isolated because that's what victimizers do. She doesn't have a shelter to turn to. This is a country today where women and teens, they don't have a cash transfer program that could help sustain these nuclear families. A teen pregnancy is not just the start. If you don't have birth control, then it can happen once, twice, 3 times. And that worsens the woman's vulnerability over time. So if you start thinking of public policies and you think it has to be rocket science, but it's not, in a country where there's no access to health, where the situation is that precarious, we're just talking about having places that provide food, that provide childcare, that provide reproductive and sexual health, that provide birth control so that people don't get pregnant when they don't want to. I mean, I think I've probably taken up my 3 minutes already, but I'm just saying it can be that basic. And then why not support women entrepreneurs with small loans? That's another thing. Thank you. Oneida, I'd like to turn to you now. You're a leader from Eastern Venezuela who has dedicated her life to working within a historic party in Venezuela, Acción Democrática, which has produced a number of women leaders. You've served as an example to others. I have to mention Evangelina Garcia Prince, who's another great role model who always said, your voice is your power. So, Oneida, tell me how you think under current conditions in our country, you as a leader from Eastern Venezuela, what do you think that we can do with these proposals? What can you do at the grassroots level based on your experience? Thank you, first of all, to the international community, the government of Canada, the Atlantic Council, everyone who organized this summit, everyone who has sought to support Venezuelan women and their struggle. There's been an evolution for women worldwide. Women have fought for their place in democracy, fought for free Venezuela. And then as a result, there are women's protection programs like the PAME program, which supports women in pregnancy. We had dining halls where people could get free food. And now we have this crisis, this darkness, this catastrophe. In this humanitarian crisis, we have to reorganize once again, join forces and regain what we had, whether you're in unions, universities, in the workplace, and political parties. That's what is needed for us to achieve a change in government in Venezuela so that we can regain democratic principles and freedom. Venezuelan women have shown that they can join in a struggle. We can have to do this for the women who are struggling at home, who don't have access to medicine, who don't have access to basic diagnostics that would help save lives. More than ever, we have to remain united in Venezuela. Thank you, Oneida. So given your background with this party and everything you've been through, what are you doing within your party to open up opportunities for women to renew the ranks? We recently heard from Evelyn Pinto, a very young woman. How do we get more Evelyn Pintos into the pipeline, into the party? So in your party, how are you getting more women into the party and thereby into leadership positions? Everything depends on commitments like we're seeing here in this summit. We are bringing more women into the party. We have section leaders who are women. But even so, it's not enough. The participation rate of women in the party isn't high enough, despite what we're doing. And I promise that in every corner of Venezuela where our party is present, we're going to get more women. And I pledge from this point forward to do more in this vein and to form whichever strategic partnerships we need to do so, whether it's with the business community or other partners, so that the doors are flung wide open to women and so that women have greater opportunities to represent the people. We need to regain that role in fighting for democracy. Our party's name is Democratic Action. We need that democratic action among women and make sure and guarantee that every woman can cast her vote and get more women into higher positions. We are going to continue to resist until we restore democracy to Venezuela. Thank you, Oneida. And thanks to all of you for sticking to the schedule. We were definitely on time. Okay, turning to Nora, I'm really proud to have you on this panel. We've known each other for a long time. But you're also a recognized leader, having served several terms in the National Assembly. You are now the chair of your political party, Un Nuevo Tiempo. I have to mention this. You've been working on addressing the problems in the state of Zulia, where you've worked tirelessly over the years as a public servant. Thank you. So as the chair of your political party. Would you explain from your perspective how you see the first proposal being implemented moving forward, the demand that the boards of directors of political parties guarantee equal leadership of women in political decisions by incorporating specific programmatic proposals to be included as part of the process of renewal of these parties and of democracy in Venezuela? Thank you. And thank you to the Atlantic Council for all its coordinated efforts to bring all these different women leaders together into one summit, including people who do the thankless work in the background and don't often have the spotlight shine on them. To highlight this for people who want to do the work is wonderful. In our country, in Venezuela, women still are fighting for the right for political participation on an equal footing. And we can't wait for someone to give us permission, wait for somebody to make space for us. We need to actively conquer those opportunities. Many parties are reforming their structures, conducting programmatic reviews, and my party, Un Nuevo Tiempo, we are currently working on that programmatic review, really reviewing the ideology and incorporating that gender perspective, mainstreaming gender across all areas, because that's incredibly important to us to ensure inclusiveness and parity. But we as women must raise our voices across all political parties in all aspects of our daily lives, just to be sure that we are involved in all issues of public interest, whether it's international, environmental, and every area. We have to raise our voices and say, I want to be there. That's my aspiration. I wish to be part of the discussion on this subject. I want to take part in power structures. And not just because we want to, because we're capable. We can do it. We can do what we aspire to because we've been preparing ourselves for this. There are many capable, skilled women who could do that. We have that strength. And it's important that our peers are made more aware from the grassroots all the way to the highest levels of our parties. We need that awareness raising. You can't have a scenario with active participation of women. You can't exclude them. There's no economy without women. We're a little over 50% of the population. Women are involved in the economic production in our country. I insist that, and repeat once again, that in our programmatic and ideological review at Un Nuevo Tiempo, we are laying the groundwork for our vision for our party, which will include participation of women proportionally. If women are 50% of the population, then they should be 50% of those developing public policy, internal party policy, and generating ideas. We have a role to play in shaping our country's future as a democratic Venezuela. As the chair of a political party and knowing all the obstacles we encounter, I don't know if you share this opinion, but the male leaders are maturing in their thinking, I think, because we are seeing these processes happening within the parties. Our leaders, men and women, under the onslaught from this regime, have perhaps brought that maturity about, and maybe that's what's bringing about what we're seeing. But I wanted to ask you about the second proposal, which is to develop a model regulation within parties that ensures inclusion and leadership of women, as well as equality, non-discrimination, and elimination of all types of gender-based violence, and to create a working group tasked with implementing, monitoring, and following up on this regulation. So how likely do you see this as happening? I think it's vital that we be the ones to initiate these processes within those political parties who haven't done it yet. It has to be a priority to regulate this. And you need not just the rules, you need good practices, honest, fair practices with a vision of an equitable future beyond just those internal regulations. And this should be true not just of political parties. I feel it should be in all spheres of our country. I'd like to give a couple of simple examples of what I think we need to work toward in terms of regulating this and ensuring inclusion of women in Venezuela. For example, we need to prevent political violence in all its forms because women are often subject to a really difficult situation. And what's also vital is that politicians who want to be mothers are often cast aside because of that. So that needs to be regulated as well. Women should be allowed to make their own decisions, and if they decide to have a child, they shouldn't be replaced by a man. If a woman makes that decision, let a woman temporarily replace her while she has her maternity leave. And within political parties, why can't there be a safe space for a woman to nurse her child or have her child close by at a young age during that early time when the children are very small? So it's a really important issue. We women have immense capabilities when it comes to work and what we can do and contribute. So let's ensure 50% women in upper, middle, and lower positions, because 70 to 80% of our party grassroots, of our community leaders are women. Women who are working out in society, that are politically active. So let's replicate that at the mid and high decision-making and power levels. And we at our party, Nuevo Tiempo, are working on that. We are reworking our regulations to cement this legally. The idea here is to have 50% of the party structure be women. 50% women, 50% men. We all need to push for that, men and women alike, for it to look like that everywhere, in every party, in every sphere. Let's raise our voices to turn Venezuela into what we want. You can't have a healthy democracy without the active political involvement of Venezuela's women. Thank you so much, Nora. Mariela Magallanes, you are one of the two women at the Unitarian Platform's negotiations in Mexico, which we certainly hope will resume soon. You are another woman who has fought tirelessly, first for your native Aragua. I remember meeting you in the National Assembly in 2015, where you played a key role as the deputy leader of the Democratic parties. And so I met you as a leader at the national level, But I think that's exactly why you had to leave Venezuela. And now you are working internationally in a circumstance in which you're having to keep learning and showing them who Mariela is. It's an honor and a pleasure to have you here.
So I would like to ask you, with all this experience that you've had to develop so quickly, what possibilities do you see and how do you envision going forward on this proposal, specifically establishing mechanisms to monitor and follow up on equal participation and gender perspective in all processes, all dialogue, negotiation, and agreement building with representation from a diversity of political, economic, and social sectors? Thank you for those kind words. I am both honored and proud to have been part of that National Assembly that made huge strides forward in the country in shedding light on the situation of Venezuelan women and how they're suffering. I wanted to thank the Atlantic Council, the Government of Canada, and all the international partners who have made today's event possible. What we've been able to do, we as political leaders and women political leaders in Venezuela have done to make this possible. When you ask about monitoring, two things come to mind. These platforms are very important and key for women politicians in the transformational role they play in society, but also to continue to work from the grassroots. Community leadership. We have to train community leaders with a gender perspective because that will help, of course, in the very near future to raise awareness amongst men, women, children, and adolescents about the importance of working with a gender perspective. So that's about violence. We have to look at the inequality gaps as well as ensuring that looking at the situation of women and children who've had to leave Venezuela. We are working to monitor these situations and all negotiation processes, not just the suspended negotiations in Mexico, but all negotiations from the bottom up in Venezuela, because we want a peaceful and democratic Venezuela. Thank you, Mariela. How do you think, from a gender perspective, that we as women can have greater influence and support success in the outcomes of the negotiation so we can return to Venezuela? Just keep doing what we're doing, not stop doing things. The women who are here, women in Venezuela, women who I admire, who I respect, who are risking their lives and the lives of their families to be able to live in peace and in a democratic country. That is what we have to continue to push forward. And these initiatives, like the summit sponsored by Atlantic Council, just one of many. We have to continue to coordinate the efforts of women in the diaspora, women on the ground in Venezuela, as bringing men. We as Venezuelans have to help the Venezuelans still in the country so that we can have peace and reconciliation as well as democracy in the country. Thank you very much, Mariela. This has been an interesting round of questions and answers with our panelists here and those at the Catholic University in Caracas. What's happening today is something we should be proud of. It is a display of what we are capable of doing. It also shows what we've been able to build and develop amongst many people. This is a space of trust, and it's taken years to get here. There are many women who hold positions, visions, different ideologies. However, we've seen that there's always been a gap, and we heard this on the previous panel, between civil society, those who hold political office, etc. But today we are showing that it's possible for us to come together when we have a shared objective. There are differences that seem less when We look at the challenge before us in transforming the country. So now we have Vivi Borges joining us. You are one of those people who I've known for a long time. I met you when you were very young. I don't want to talk too much about how much time has lapsed since then, but you are one of the best educated women intellectually who is engaged in tireless activity to defend women's human rights, both nationally and internationally. CEPAS, which is the organization you head up, works on the ground in Venezuela, but also internationally, and once again, to defend human rights. This summit is we are proposing to lead affirmative advocacy actions for the international community to promote the objectives of the declaration. As you've been actively involved and are familiar with international organizations, how do you think this proposal can be implemented? Thank you very much. I too would like to echo the thanks for this opportunity and for your efforts in this summit. In responding to this question, I wanted to note that women's rights are human rights. In Venezuela, we don't have independent, impartial institutions that allow us to assert our rights and compel reparations when they are violated. So we have to turn to international organizations to tell them what's been happening. We've been working to document what's been happening, and it has been important for the world and international organizations to be apprised of what is happening in Venezuela. This asserting our rights, those efforts are essential. We have an agenda, especially on the Human Rights Council, with the ongoing monitoring of Venezuela. We have the UN mission that we're hoping will be renewed in September. We have the high-level mechanisms, the Office of the Prosecutor at the International Court of Justice. There are many organizations following up on the human rights situation in Venezuela. In this summit, I am hoping it will help us to hear more women's voices looking at the violations that Venezuelans are suffering, and especially in the case of women who are present here. Venezuelans have to ensure that Venezuela remains on the agenda, that it doesn't become a long forgotten crisis. What's happening in Venezuela, that things are happening as we sit here, but thanks to documentation, we know that in our case, we've been able to document feminicide. There are no official data, but every 26 hours in Venezuela, there is a feminicide. This is something that is invisible. We have to ensure that Venezuelan women are protected. And also, we have to put proposals on the table in a situation as complex as Venezuela's, in a system that is so adverse. How can we ensure that there is protection and dignity for Venezuelan women? Thank you, Vivi. A few moments ago, you noted that the relationship between the political world and organized civil society has been a bit tumultuous in recent years. We all know the reasons for that, but you seem optimistic. There's room for optimism because through these platforms, civil society has been able to support the proposal we're making to the country today, but a number of gaps remain. So I would like to know, are you optimistic as I am? And what gaps do you believe still need to be narrowed or closed? What remains to be done? I am optimistic, especially considering the number of years we've known each other and the efforts we've engaged in. This summit is an illustration of how much we progressed. We still do lag behind, but at the international level, many of these gaps that we have been closed. We've continued to debate whether or not there should be quotas or parity. So those debates remain active. In the particular situation of Venezuela, we need to look at a long-term process. This is the situation in Venezuela and the situation of women's rights. This is urgent, but we have to look at this in the long term. The opportunities and spaces have to be created. I'm not sure if you can see on screen, but there are many men who are present here in the audience and who've been a part of the panels. We have to have these mixed scenarios so that there is support at the senior levels of parties so that there's greater inclusion. We have to bring everyone together. In each of the discussions we've heard today on the panels, for us in Venezuela and the Venezuelans who are here, we have feelings. It's like an open wound that must heal. And that healing process requires dialogue, justice, reparations. We have to build a new Venezuela together where it's women and men working equally. This is a Venezuela of rights, of equality. Right now, it's like a shipwreck, but we need to rebuild. We need to come together. We need to build institutions. This is the document. It's all been put in black and white in the document that will be published today, where half of the Venezuelan population, that's women, who plays such a pivotal role in transformation. I think we should be hopeful, not just about the possibilities for dialogue, but also the transformational ability of politics in Venezuela. Everything has been very masculine thus far, very toxic. And why? Because men remain in power and have committed crimes against humanity. We need to change the narrative for all Venezuelans. It's got to be about tolerance. It's got to be about building together without casting aside the need for justice and reparations. And I'll go back to the first question about the international organizations. We have development, we have peace, but this all has to be done together. We're working together with a gender perspective, a rights perspective, and with a positive attitude. Now, let's go back to Catholic University. We have Aisha there. I have known her for many years as well. She has a long track record with her organization, Mujer y Ciudadanía. You've always connected to women in all different areas, but one of the programs that I'm most struck by and interested in that you do has to do with citizenship training. All Venezuelans need citizenship training, in addition to all of the other areas we've already discussed. But this allows men and women, but particularly women in this case, to be part of the discussion on their fundamental rights and to bring them closer to decision-making bodies for strengthening emerging female leadership. So Aisha, these programs, what are they doing to promote this proposal? Thank you, Adriana, for this opportunity. Thank you to Atlantic Council. Thank you to the Catholic University and everyone joining us in the audience, the team here, my team. These programs are supporting what we're doing here in this summit because we are an organization that promotes women as fundamental actors in democracy to ensure that there is economic, social, environmental, and political integration in society. It is that is our dream in Mujer y Ciudadanía, our organization. The question is, how will we do this? How do we support this proposal? How are we going to realize this dream of including Venezuelan women in all decision-making processes? Mujer y Ciudadanía, and its commitment to the summit, is going to push for women's participation through different programs, dissemination, training, and human talent development, and promoting women's leadership in decision-making spaces so that policies will be passed that will improve their position and well-being in society. In our organization, we will support this proposal by training women political leaders, citizens, teaching them organizational skills, and to come up with plans and projects in economic, social, and cultural aspects of society. To support this initiative, we have programs. We have women's human rights programs, one that is on transformational women's leadership and empowerment, analytical skills, women's citizen participation, and in turn extramural participation, building peace, citizen participation, and community political organization. We have a host of programs, Adriana. We do very serious work. We have been for 14 years. There are extraordinary women supporting all of these programs. I wanted to ask you that, Aisha, what does Mujer y Ciudadanía and other organizations that have programs like this, what do you need to continue to strengthen your organizations and to ensure that your programs are better, increasingly better, and that they reach a larger population? Besides politics and social awareness, why is this important? Women politicians and women in civil society have to come together to make this concept more solid in terms of what we want to achieve. We have to have full action to supplement each other's efforts. Venezuelan women need to take ownership of what we're doing. We have to be protagonists in the fight and defense of our rights without any constraints and with great strength. Women to fight for their rights have protagonists in social organizations. We want to be able to strengthen democracy, and citizens, communities need to be ensured that all women, nurses, teachers, engineers are working together. Women's participation in transformational plans will be a guarantee for change, and the change for all minorities and vulnerable groups. This is where we propose, and history has showed that women are better at social communication because of their social, family, and community links. They enjoy better credibility and trust when they are in politics because they understand social problems. There has to be a real transformation to solve society's problems. And these days, women's leadership is seen at the level of political parties, in the assembly, in unions, etc. Therefore, women's ability to convince others and to raise awareness are decisive factors for generating national and international public opinions, which will lead to political transformation, which will support everything that we're doing. This is just the beginning of the path forward, but we are very positive. From Mujer y Ciudadanía, we are going to support all programs for women, women's potential, and their ability to create an inclusive democracy so that women can hold very important positions and participate politically. Above all, wherever decisions are made about responsibility, development, growth, citizenship, to ensure that women's interests and concerns are taken into account. Thank you very much. We are very pleased, and I hope all of these initiatives continue to move forward as successfully as possible. As we have discussed today, the matter of civil society organizations is key for collecting data, for implementing programs, do what the Venezuelan state is not doing.
Let's now give the floor to Indira. I was saying how I know all these women, but I don't really know you, Indira. I literally met you very recently, and this space that we have here has allowed me to get to know you better. You come from the Chavismo, and that's why I didn't know you personally, and I met you recently. And you have a very strong, forceful voice with the message that also brings a lot of hope to Venezuelans, a message for a united Venezuela. Since even though your voice is controversial, it's necessary, and you and other women will allow everyone to have a bridge in place so that we can have that democracy that we need in Venezuela. I wanted to ask you the following. How can we group and coordinate women's movements within Venezuela, but in the diaspora too, with sectors and political parties committed to democratic principles, civil society, and international allies to promote the demands of Venezuelan women? What are the ways you see to achieve this? First of all, I would like to thank the Atlantic Council as well as everyone who made this possible. This is part of the true revolution that we want, the revolution of democracy, inclusion, where we all understand that in spite of differences, we can sit around and discuss things that bring us together. First thing, we need to understand why we want to come together. I think plural democracy with parity, with equality is key. That goes beyond differences. That's why we have to move away from cliches and those things that separate us. Yes, it's true, we can have different political points of view, but what brings us together? The need to have a democracy where women play an effective role and a real participation in the political life. Once we understand this, the second point is inclusion. We need to come together around inclusion. We cannot left anyone behind. We need the women that left Venezuela. We need those women that stayed. We need leaders from civil society like Bibi, Aisha, and everyone else. Those are raising their voice because of what is happening in Venezuela. We need political parties because we cannot have a society where society is lost its political power. Quite the contrary. One of the objectives of the summit should be for political parties to strengthen themselves by strengthening participation in the political life. Political parties are that door of entry and exit for leaderships. We need women, we need everyone. We need an international community that understands our situation and supports us, not only with resources, we also need support so that we can amplify our voices. We need the opportunity to have more spaces like this. When you support political and social structures in our country, you can also express certain demands. When someone says we're only going to support political and social organizations that will support gender equity, for example, that will help gender equity. If they say they're really going to support only those that are committed to democracy, everyone will understand that this is not just some whimsical wish. This is a human right. This needs to be a reality. The country is undergoing a very serious deinstitutionalization process. Institutionalization was broken, disrupted, and we need to go back to democracy, where everyone respects each other. We don't need to be the same. We need to respect each other. That democracy will begin to be built by including, first of all, by including women in the process. And I believe that many of us haven't truly understood the importance of the moment. But I think in a year from now, we may sit here again and we will talk about it. about the big challenges that we surpassed. Thank you, Indira. We've been talking to each other. We've been discussing the document that we have presented here today. We've talked about language. And this discussion has helped us to understand other points of view, other points of view that we couldn't see because we come from with a different political background, different experience. I would like to not so much to ask you a question, but to ask you for a hopeful message for the future. How can we move into the future to continue building alliances, partnerships, to continue conquering spaces that unite the country, that bring women together, maybe women with a different political standpoint, with a different ideology? You know that world. We don't know it. At least I don't know it. I would like you to tell us about it. What do you see in the future? Do you see this possibility? You are the last one taking the floor, and we would like to wrap this event with an optimistic message. There are two key words here: inclusion and respect, which is what we lost. We cannot think in bringing democracy to the country. We cannot think of bringing a more important role for women if there's no inclusion and no respect. We were taught that we couldn't understand each other. We were taught that we had to look at each other as enemies, consider ourselves as enemies of each other. We were taught that we couldn't sit at the same table. That needs to come to an end, and women will do so. This meeting, this summit is an example. I'm not here to change your point of view. I'm not here to try to change your perspective, and you're not trying to change mine. We're just sitting down to find points in common, and that's what the country needs. Ethics were lost. We stopped understanding each other, and we were taught that we had to be enemies. Well, here we are, and we will continue to be here for a few more days. We haven't talked about Chavismo. We haven't said, oh, you're from this side or that other side, because those that took democracy away from us is what they did. It's up to us now to say what the limit is. This is the policy of exclusion, and this ends here, right now. How are we going to move forward? Well, we will move forward by building bridges, telling the international community, telling our women, our country, but also our men, because this has been supported by men too, telling them that Venezuela will have democracy again. Democracy will shine again in Venezuela if we understand plurality, if we understand respect. That's what is going to strengthen us. We need to understand their institutions and their rules in place. And if we have different points of view, that doesn't mean that we're enemies. Thank you. We have a little bit more time, so we could have some closing remarks, like a round of last comments. Could you share a hopeful message moving forward, Manuela? In spite of all the difficulties that we are experiencing in Venezuela, all the terrible things that we heard this morning when we heard about the diagnosis, give us a hopeful message for the future so that the youth, the young people in Venezuela stay in the country. I know it is hard if there is no immediate political change, but we need to work together. A short message, Manuela. I'm thinking on Briceño. When the civil code was reformed at the time, no one thought that natural children will stop to be children and or descendants. What we are undergoing today is truly painful, but we need to continue to move forward. When you see someone like Vivi from CEPAS, Susana Rafal, someone like Naki, when you see Sasha, when you see Ana Rosario, the nurses, you are seeing many women that are fighting and building. in these spaces, we're building something together. So there is a cross-cutting issue here. No one will give power away. No one will gift it, so to speak. With the reform of the Civil Code, we heard that it was the Secretary of Congress who were mothers of those natural children that were not recognized who promoted those changes. And at that time, that opened the possibility for this generation to have the rights that they have. They were telling young women at the time, do you know what a natural descendant is? No one remembers that. That happened less than 30 years ago. That's hope. We are here. We are pushing forward. We're also building a future, and whatever comes in the future with inclusion, equality, respect, that will materialize slowly but steadily because we're taking over certain spaces. I join the political life to fight for parity. And I'm using my own example because if that hadn't happened to me, many other women would not have made it either. At the time, there were men also fighting together with me. And in that sense, there are many men here that believe in gender equity and that will help materialize all this. Thank you, Manuela. Oneida. Can you give the mic to Oneida, Manuela? And Oneida, could you share a brief and optimistic message for us looking forward? Thank you. A big hug, Adriana. I wanted to thank everyone, UCAP, Atlantic Council, all women that are here with us today, all those female leaders from the different political parties that have committed to this movement. We will continue to fight. We represent all women, including those that wake up early in the morning, that are looking for food for their children, and that are hopeful that Venezuela will change. And Venezuela is going to change because we will support them. We will continue to support them and work together with them. And from Venezuela, we continue to request the international community that doesn't forget about us, that they continue to support us, to help us, because Venezuelan women are here standing up in order and fighting for democratic principles so that our children and our families can live in peace. We want to make sure that we free Venezuela is a viable option for them. Thank you very much and God bless you. Thank you, Aixa. Brief message. My message is training women, building citizens. Mixed teams in a mixed world.
Gracias. Bueno, volvemos aquí, Vivi.
Thank you. Vivi?
La etiqueta, la oración que escogimos fue Mujeres Unidas por Venezuela.
The hashtag that we chose was Women United for Venezuela. And this issue of unity, unity of women, of Venezuelans, is what we need. Union means coordination, communication, articulation, so that we focus on what brings us together. We need that togetherness around that feeling of being Venezuelan. Together, with that feeling, and that desire for democracy, we need to build a path. We need to come together. We need to make sure that when we come together, there is parity. And I think this space is laying the groundwork for it. I think in our case, we participate in different spaces, and this network connects us with other networks. We can be a network of networks, a network that becomes a fabric that brings hope in Venezuela, in a democratic Venezuela. Indira? Okay. Now, we need to make sure that we include more women from other sectors. It's important that those are here with us today understand that this is not space for some women and not others. This is space for all women. The only requirement is that we defend democracy. That democracy is the main principle that we defend. Everyone is welcome. We need to preach and knock on every single door to explain what our purpose is. How can we do that in 2024, 2025, 2026, we have big representation by women, not as secondary candidates, but as the main candidates. I'm sure we will achieve this with the support of men. We won't leave men aside, but let us be the main actor for a little bit. Because of logistical issues, we couldn't really hear some final words by Mariela, Nora, and those that were here in the first panel. But I'm very happy and very pleased with the messages that you've all shared with us. This is the beginning of another stage. What is coming now is the implementation of all the actions that we've been talking about during this last panel and that were announced today publicly. They are in social media. We would like to have your support disseminating this message, and we also would like to have your commitment to make sure that the actions that were announced today continue to move forward. We would like to thank the discussion that took place today in the National Assembly in order to support the declaration of the summit. I'm a planner, and I like to talk about having a specific plan of action in place to make sure that all these actions are implemented and become a reality. Now is the time to also thank the government of Canada for their support. They've sponsored and promoted this project, so we are truly thankful to them. We are feeling optimistic. There is a before and there is an after, and what is happening now is important. We need to continue to fight. We are sharing our hope with Venezuelans. We hope to be an instrument that will help rebuild democracy in Venezuela. Thank you very much, Ambassador Axet, Ambassador from Canada to the OAS. The floor is yours. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here with all of you today. It's a great honor. I would like to begin by applauding the commitment by female leaders that are here with us today in Washington, D.C., but also all the other members in Venezuela, members of the network in Venezuela and abroad that are promoting the rights of women, especially the participation of women in negotiations. It's been a peaceful democratic transition. I would also like to congratulate the Atlantic Council for this important initiative and for organizing this event. And I will continue my remarks in English if I may do so.
We hold this project very close to our hearts, and I really mean this. This project for us is based on Canada's conviction that all people, regardless of background, gender, intersecting identities, should benefit fully from participation in economic, political, social, and cultural life. And we've heard already today about the deep humanitarian, political, economic, and social crisis that in Venezuela disproportionately affects women, girls, and marginalized communities. And we've also had the chance to hear that the chance of equal, that women have not had the chance of equal electoral participation in recent elections in Venezuela. So, clearly, a lot of work remains to be done. A lot of work remains to be done on formal institutions and norms, but also on harmful social norms and practices. And I would say particularly as it relates to violence against women and girls, which remains something, as I think many have spoken to eloquently already, dangerously prevalent. The good news, though, I think from our perspective, and I hope from yours as well, is that things can change. And all of you, regardless of gender identity, can become actors who contribute to that change. We all come from different backgrounds. We all come from different places. We all have different contributions that we can make, big or small, towards a more inclusive and democratic society. And again, one of the many benefits of this contribution. And let me just stress this point if I could. This is not an issue that exclusively concerns women. Gender equality, human rights, the empowerment of all women and marginalized communities is not possible without the engagement and leadership from all of society, and that includes men, and that includes boys as well. Advancing meaningful participation of women in decision-making, including in the ongoing Venezuelan negotiation process. It's not a short-term project, so I'm very glad to know that even though the summit is the culmination of a year-long project, that you've already got an action plan for next year, both inside Venezuela and internationally. And I very much hope that these actions will lead to other concrete steps towards a more inclusive and democratic Venezuela.
La colaboración entre mujeres líderes políticas y sociales desde todo el espectro ideológico es una condición necesaria para lograr un cambio en Venezuela, y los estudios han demostrado que cuando se incluye a las mujeres en un proceso de paz, el resultado al final es más duradero. El gobierno de Canadá se compromete al proceso de paz en Venezuela. Una transición democrática verdadera se logra únicamente si las mujeres tienen un espacio en la mesa de negociación. En 2 semanas se celebrará la Cumbre de las Américas y ahí nos comprometemos a defender la diversidad e inclusión y la protección de principios democráticos en los documentos finales que se presentarán a los líderes hemisféricos. Algunas palabras finales. Sé que mis colegas y yo todos esperamos con mucha ilusión la mayor colaboración en los temas de derechos humanos y la inclusión y la diversidad en la construcción de un futuro estable para Venezuela. Y con esto digo en español, muchísimas gracias. Thank you so much, Ambassador. Things can change, and that is why we are here. So once again, thank you from the Atlantic Council and the support network, to you, to the Government of Canada, for the support we've received. Thank you to Adriana Pichardo, Maria Beatriz Martinez, who have been very intensively supporting this whole process. Thank you to the whole team at the Atlantic Council, Jason, Domingo, for your leadership, Isabel, Angela, Ignacia, Jimena, the whole Atlantic Council team, and everyone accompanying us from Caracas at the Catholic University, Andres Bello, all the members of the movement, the diplomatic corps, journalists, everyone who has mobilized to support this beautiful and powerful initiative. What we have achieved today is just the beginning. There are still many people to be included, many discussions to be had, but the spirit is there. This is just the beginning. It will keep getting better. This is a powerful group with a clear vision and objective and enormous potential. And those of us at the Atlantic Council are committed to making every effort to further empowering this group. We've received questions from all over. How do I get involved? How can I support? How can I promote this? There is a concrete way of doing that. Right now, the declaration resulting from these agreements is out there. This group is going to be engaging on this. So get out there, sign on to the declaration. We hope to get as much support as we can, not just from women, from men as well. Let's support this avenue for change in Venezuela. Thank you to everyone for connecting, and stay tuned because you will be hearing great things from this group, I know. Thank you very much. So horrifically, I was on the English channel when I interpreted the rest of Ambassador Adson's remarks. I didn't realize it till I went to change to the English channel when